do anything
Unusual?
unplanned.
One can only hope. Okay, come on, YouTube. Oh, that wasn't bad. It says I'm live.
I just got a notification for you being live,
There you go.
which I gotta tell you, a few seconds apart notification.
Yeah.
That's
Pretty amazing. So, I agree.
YouTube didn't drop the ball on that one.
Nope. That worked well. So, there you go. Now, I guess some days it actually does work, you know? So, well, hello everybody. We're here at Satisfactory working on our new guitar. What am I going to do? I have no idea. And we have Rob with us today,
Hello, everybody.
but no Helena. So, and of course that has to be nighttime. I wish I had, well, I wish I had something, but I don't have it, so it doesn't really matter, does it? So, well, this is interesting. What are all these storage crates here? Interesting. Don't remember this. What is all this? This is, oh, copper sheet. Oh, yeah, we're going to need a lot of that. Oh, this is something else? No? Oh, copper and something. And wire. Okay. I don't know what we were doing last time. I don't remember. So,
I didn't do my homework, so I can't help you there.
yep. So, I did have a good time playing Sea of Thieves, though. I like the forts, although they get kind of
Repetitive?
yeah.
They are a little repetitive. If you're trying to do all 6 forts, you're going to do the same thing 6 times.
Yep, pretty much. So it could be worse. I mean, you know, but yeah, it's a bit much. So we're down here and get ourselves a oops, I covered them. Nuts. We have a yellow sluggo. Alright. Let's see, which button makes me jump in this game? That one? There we go. How about that? God, I'm trying to remember which buttons do what in every version. So, the reason why I ran over here is because I wanted to try to come up with some kind of strategy here on how we're going to do this. So, not that I have one, mind you, but I wanted to come up with one. So, obviously we have to get uranium out of here. So, well, that's interesting. Didn't ramp down. Okay. Not that you really need to, but you know me, I'm anal about this kind of stuff. So, let's put a ramp.
Well, that's the idea, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pre-planned so that it all works.
I'm not holding my breath, let's put it that way. But, because there's a lot of bits and pieces that I have never done before. So, but the gist of it is, so what I'm going to do right here is, as this is kind of the set triggers for me, is to, because it's only coming out at 240 unless I turbo boost it or something, so, actually, since it's just going to be a mono thingy coming out here, I guess we just do this. And it's going to be at Mark III belt. And we're just going to run this up through the waterfall as kind of a reminder. And let's just put this here. And we'll run down here part way. Just for grins. So, obviously we have to convert the uranium into usable elements. And so what are those? Let's see, we took down the reactor. That was a mistake, because that's the final bit. So we're going to go stick the reactor back up over here. So we have, again, a trigger as to what the hell we're going to be doing. So, our nuclear power plant. Yes, a play, and these things are humongous. Not that it's going to stay here, but it's just to kind of give us a hint, you know? So...
Oh yeah, having the idea of what's involved in the assembly,
Yes.
even if you decide it's going somewhere else, it's always good to have that.
So it doesn't tell me what it needs for I love the fact that it's 2,500 megawatts. Just awesome. So other than water, it doesn't say what the fuel is. Ah, well that didn't help. Let's see. Okay, we'll go into the parts thingy and do it that way and see what we come up with. So we need. Well, no, it's not. It's a building actually. It's not parts. So, or maybe it's equipment. I don't know. What is it? No. Buildings. I don't know what it's called. We just, oh, it should be in here, I hope. Maybe not. It doesn't seem to be following any particular... I wish you could sort this. I'll tell you what, let's do it this way.
Another one of those things where you can't sort the list.
Well, how do you spell nuclear? N-U, right?
N-U, yeah.
Yeah, N-U. Nuclear power plant. It consumes nuclear fuel rods. And, okay, nuclear fuel rods. Nuclear fuel rods.
And that's going to be equipment.
So,
right?
Hell if I know. So we need... Well, they didn't show up here, so I guess it's going to... Let's see, what would it be under? Nuclear fuel rods. Let's see. Back to recipes. No? Inbox? No? Recipes. Oh, maybe you have to delete those. I don't know. I don't use this, so it's kind of confusing to me. Okay, no, that didn't work. I hit the wrong button.
I have an interesting computer observation that may or may not make sense to you. Every once in a while, I have a problem with the controller if I leave it plugged in overnight, right?
Yes, you've mentioned that before.
It's not that I've left it plugged in overnight, because there's plenty of times I've left it plugged in for a week and not had an issue. But the last time I had a problem with the controller, when I went to reboot, I was told I had a pending update of my video driver.
Okay.
So I said, that's interesting. And then I started the reboot, because I was going to finish the reboot, then do the video driver update, because it doesn't force it on me.
Right.
And I got the same message that I got previously, the device power state error message during the reboot cycle. I think I've mentioned it to you before, that it's an odd error for me to be getting. Say, who cares if the USB device is unpowered? Why is that slowing down my reboot?
Right.
But I went and I checked my notebook, because I write down all the times that my computer screws up, so I can try and keep track of it. When I have an actual problem, I can say, well, on this date, we had these, right? Every one of those dates coincided with a video driver update.
Ah, interesting.
So somehow in Windows 10, The AMD video driver update, when it tells it it's a pending update, it shuts off the power to the USB device, to the hub.
Weird.
And that's what's interfering with my controller. And that's what's causing my reboot issues when the update's pending. And AMD's answer when I sent them a ticket on an error ticket on it, their answer was update your driver before you reboot. Okay, thanks, but that still doesn't tell me whether or not you were aware of this issue.
Right. You gotta wonder some days, don't you?
But once the system turns off the power to the USB devices, it's near impossible to get it to reinstate it. So you're going to have to do a reboot to get it to restart anyway. And the only thing that I use that's not independently powered, out of USB devices, is my headset and my controller. It was a little eye-opening bit of information. Thought that you might find it interesting, considering your experience with computer equipment.
Yes. I had something similar with my Asus. That when there was an update, I don't know if it was pending or not, but when there was an update, my tablet, touchpad would stop working. And I would have to reinstall the driver after every update.
And your touchpad in your Asus laptop is a USB device.
Correct.
Because it works off the USB bus.
Yep. But something's happened. I don't know if Asus did an update finally, or Windows did an update, but it finally doesn't do that anymore. I don't know if I think I was talking to Gary about it. Because he had the same, I think it was Gary, Local 4-Pack. He was doing computer support, for his company. And they were having the same problem. And at the time, there was no fix. So everybody had, so every time there was an update, it might have been a pending update. No, it was after it updated. Your mouse, your touchpad would stop working. So they would have to update. Somebody would have to go out and update like 30, 40 computers for the driver.
Yeah, that sounds to me like during the update process,
Yeah.
it was turning off USB bus 0.
Yeah. So, and a reboot did not fix it. You had to reinstall the driver, every frickin' Asus driver, every single time. And of course, it's not called a touchpad driver. It's got some stupid name, and
oh yeah, it couldn't make it simple English for the people who have to deal with it.
Right, exactly. So I'm looking at how we have to make this stuff, and my thought was, okay, so we looked at, and here they don't call them nuclear fuel rods, they call them uranium fuel cells. Anyway, so
they're
fuel
uranium
rods.
fuel cells,
Fuel
and
rods.
they're used to produce fuel rods.
No.
So this is a multi-step process.
Oh god, yeah, it's pretty horrific. So the reactor itself uses if you look at the description of the nuclear power plant, it says it uses nuclear fuel rods. There are no nuclear fuel rods. They're uranium fuel rods. And it says right here, used as fuel for the nuclear power plant. Okay. So they got it wrong right there, so I can see why people screw this up. But anyway, so this is the fuel cell that the reactor uses. Okay, which is made out of these three things. Okay, which the electromagnetic control rods I don't have being made anywhere. And so I have to decide how I want to do these. I can do the default, which is stators and AI limiters, which will produce 4. So it's actually going to be 6 stators and 4 AI limiters. Or the alternate recipe, which is it's going to be 4. Is that right? Or 8? So it's going to produce 8. So yeah, times 4. So 8 stators and 4, or let's see, 4 oops, damn it. I think those are high-speed connectors to make these. So if we open this now, and these should be high-speed connectors. Yep. Okay, to make the... So I can make these over at the electronics. I don't have stators there, but I have stators. I do have stators available, and they're making motors right now at my secondary motor factory. So, but these would have to be trucked over from to make this part, and then this part would be the final part coming over here to go into the assembly of, to make the uranium fuel rods. So we got that one. That one we're going to have to go build. Okay. The encased steel beams I have being made, but not enough. So I'm going to have to create another encased, is that what they're called? Encased industrial beam factory to make 6 per minute. So that's not too troubling. But this one here...
Okay, so you can produce 6 per minute at an assembler, but you need 5 per minute to produce your fuel rod.
No, I need 6 per minute to produce... Oh, yes, you're right. I can do 6. So anyway, so I need 6 for
so one can feed the other without it being the second one waiting for
Right,
it.
so these are being made not here. I can make them here, but if I'm already making them someplace else, although, because steel is located in another location, there is no coal here that I could find. I'm going to double check. But I could bring coal over here too and do it that way, I suppose. So, but this is the kick in the head, is this one here, but it's a neat formula because it uses quick wire. So if we open up this, the default formula uses sulfuric acid, okay, which is really hard to make, okay, because it has to use a blender and all this other crap. So, oh, no, I guess it's made in a refinery. I thought it was made in a blender. Oh, I got a recipe for blender, I think. Anyway, so, let's see, oh, packager. That's for the package. No, it's made in a refinery. Okay, sulfur and water. So, to make this here, and then I have a byproduct of sulfuric acid that I have to get rid of somehow. So this sulfuric would get recycled over to here, blah, blah, blah. So, and it makes 25 per minute. But if I use a manufacturer, I don't have to make sulfuric acid. I need, obviously, uranium. That's coming from the mine. Silica, which comes from quartz. Okay. I can also make it from bauxite, which I don't want to do, because I actually have crystal right here. I have a sulfur node here, and I have curium here, so I can make quick wire easy enough. So right in this valley, I can make these 3 items to make the encased uranium cell, which I need to make the fuel rod. That's that. So, these two, this one I'm going to have to manufacture. This one, oops, where'd it go? The encased uranium cell. This would be a good one to do right here, because that's the one that converts the uranium into these things. So, That's process 1, to get the uranium out of the ground and processed into encased uranium cells. And then we have to convert those into uranium fuel rods, and it needs 50, actually 25 per minute roughly of these. So how many of these would I get? 20. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of production. Man, this is a little bit more complicated than I thought it was going to be. So, interesting. So,
Hey, Jet.
Jet, hey, how you doing? So, we have to go... This is one of the oddball ones that we have to go make. So, let's take a little trip, and we're going to go down... I don't know how many... these are being made in an assembler, so... I need 8 per minute. It'll make me 8 per minute. If I do it this way. And how many do I need for the uranium fuel rod? Oh, it'll make more than enough. Okay. Because the production rate is 0.4. And this is the lowest number they can do here. So half. So I'm going to be able to make a whole bunch of these. Okay. So we want to go make these. So let's go take a little ride. AI limiters, I can actually make I can actually make all this stuff here. I can make AI limiters here pretty easily. The circuit boards are a little bit harder. Or the high-speed connectors.
Hey, easy.
Easy, hello, how are you? So, even though this makes twice as many, boy, that uses, let's see, the high-speed circuit boards, I have one machine, I think. We gotta go over to electronics and find out what do I have available. So, we're gonna take the train, I think. Or at least take the train part way. I know I left a train out here someplace. And I was watching a video this morning on building hypertubes cannons, and I might have built mine wrong. So, it works, but not the way, I don't think it's working like it's supposed to. So
you can get faster?
Yeah. So you're going to launch yourself across the planet with about 20 of them. Alright. Oh, I'm trying to figure out where the hell am I going to park the train. Shit. Well, we'll take the train part way back and then we'll just leave it. Of course, I've already forgotten what it is that I'm trying to do. So. I had to remember which button to push.
Isn't that how it always works, though?
Yeah, pretty much. Alright, off we go. So, if I remember correctly, I have a pure sulfur node. Almost dead ahead. Well, you'll see it in a minute.
Yeah, we're a few minutes behind.
Yeah.
Or, not minutes, but you knew what I meant.
Yeah. Yep. But see, I was smart enough to, you'll see it in a second. Sulfur, pure. I put a big sign on it so I would remember what it was, or where it was. So.
Well, that's what you need to do sometimes.
I do, because I'm a putz. And then up here is the, we get to the top of the hill here. Again, off to the right. This is where I was thinking about putting one of the train stations anyway, so this would work. Is the quartz is is right here on this little plateau. There's some quartz nodes. And that would make my silica that I need. So that's 2 of the items right off the bat. And the deuterium's the other way around, on the other side, but so to make the quick wire. So almost all that stuff can be done. That's the final, one of the final processes. Whatever.
Processes.
That's it. So. We drop into the Valley of Doom.
Welcome to Death Valley.
To what?
Welcome to Death Valley.
Yeah. I gotta fix some of these wimpy wahoos.
You mean you didn't intend for your train to waggle its butt that
Do what?
the track?
I can barely hear you over the train noise.
You mean you didn't mean to have your train wiggling its butt in that piece of straight track?
No. You know how weebles are. They do fall down. If you wobble too much. Okay, so... well, this is a problem here. So this is the oil and rubber. So, let's see here. So we were looking for stators and something. So, I also have quartz off to the left here. I'm trying to watch the YouTube of what I'm doing at the same time. So on the YouTube, it's coming up. You'll see there's... I started to put in a quartz factory right here. To the left, that ramp goes up to a quartz field.
Okay.
And then right here, after the quartz field, this is going to screw things up, I know it. Because you had a train that comes down here. One of these have steel beam in it right here, I think. Nope, that's pipe. So, that's concrete. Where the hell's the steel? Over here. Here we go. Steel beam. So here's where the steel beam would come from to make the encased. So I could make encased steel beams here and then transport them to, because there's no coal over there that I'm aware of. Like I said, I will check, but I don't think there's any coal. So I could make steel beam encased. Not called steel beam.
Last week you asked Helena if there was any coal over there, and she went and looked. And
yeah, I'm pretty sure she
came
didn't
up
find
with
it.
With none.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so... The onawhim7737 Express, huh? So, when we get down here, let's see if can I divert off of this track? I don't know, I don't think so.
Yeah, easy, they are old toys. But Di's old enough that the most advanced toy that she had as a kid was a wooden ring with a stick.
Yeah, pretty much. We had Lincoln logs.
Oh, we had Lincoln logs.
Yeah.
I like playing with those.
Yeah, I can remember, I think it was my older brother, he got an erector set. So, that was like high tech. You know, so...
We had an erector set.
Oh, we got a stuck train here. Oh, hey, that's because I'm on the track. Might have something to do with it. Yep.
It could be.
Yep. So I can't. Yeah, I just heard it click. So this is where I wanted to stop, but I can't stop here because there's
A train waiting for you to go.
yeah. So I guess I better go to the end of the line here and come back. Well, not the end of the line, but you know what I mean. There is no end of the line. It's a contiguous loop now, so which is kind of cool. So we can go down here and flip around.
I saw that truck driving the other way, and I thought, oh, Helena's bringing whatever you need over there. And then I remember she's not here with us.
No, she's not. So we want to go down here and go back around. Ah! So at least we know my train pathing is working because that train got stopped where it was supposed to.
Yeah.
So the problem is I'm going to wind. Well, I have a siding up here I can pull off on that won't affect anything. So which is where I'm going. I hope. Assuming I hit the right buttons here. Oh, that's right.
I remember when I was a kid that for some reason they thought that it was okay to give kids chemistry sets.
Yeah, my dad gave me one. And then he took it away for Christmas, and then he took it away because I had done something wrong. So 6 months later, I got the chemistry set, and I did something wrong again. Go figure. Yes, I was one of those kind of kids. This is my little siding I can go sit on right here. So
I still wonder what made them think giving kids little vials of various chemicals that can be used to make very dangerous combinations
yes, yes,
was a good idea.
yes. I was the kid who blew up the science lab in high school. So just sorry.
When I got the chemistry set, now I was the youngest, so my older brothers and sisters were the original
Yeah, hold on, Ron.
receivers of the.
Hold on a sec. Yes, Jet. Helena and I have built all of this. They're not real good on. Helena's not real up on the doing the rail system yet, but she's learning. So, but yeah, we had a. She's helped build all of this. So, to answer your question, and of course, I get a phone call. Hold on, folks. Let's see who this is. Oh, it's my brother. Hold on.
It's an impressive amount of building that Di and Helena have done here. And of course, Dawn was involved for a while. When Di ends the stream, she usually goes back to the hub. So if you catch the last couple of minutes of each stream. Oh yeah, we blew up lots of things as kids. But you'll see, because the game remembers that the other player was there, so the character sits there.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, he wanted to chat about something. I told him I'd call him back. So, and I'm making the other motors, and you can see there's motors. And they go over to make something. Don't remember what, but they go make something. So, to make motors, you have to have stators. So, somewhere over here, there's a box somewhere making stators. Something's getting made here. What's that? I don't know. Screws.
Something's getting made here.
Oh, here's my stators. So, stators are being made over here. I am probably not making an overabundance of stators. So, which require pipe and copper wire, I believe. Yes. Yes, it is a PC game. It's not, well, I don't know if it's out on, nope, autosave. Must be, yep.
I
Xbox,
don't
I think
think
it's,
it's on console. I think it's only on
yeah, I think it's only on
PC.
PC, but, it'll get released to console eventually, I think. But, anyway, yeah, yeah, Helena, and actually Dawn has helped also, in this build on a few different days. But, yeah, so it's, you'd have to, I guess I could take you for a ride around the whole complex if you guys haven't seen it. So, everybody's up for that, I suppose. We could do it. What do you think, Rob?
It's a good day for a review of what you're doing.
Yeah. So what we'll do is we're going to head over to the hub, which is way over there, someplace. If you look for the spire, that's the space elevator. And the fact that I'm sitting on the siding over here, heading in the right general direction. Now, the rail system I put in, and then I put like little backdoor thingies in so I can get around, because otherwise, you're kind of hosed. So, yeah, it's an early access game, and it's like $30, but a lot of times you can get it on sale for 24, I think. So I've been trying to talk Rob into getting it, but he said he would not like it, so...
Well, as I've mentioned, the frustration of troubleshooting something that you don't think should be broken, it's more stress than I want to take into a game.
Right, understood. So, like this little hodgepodge track here, yeah, I'm going the right way. Okay. So, up to the... I gotta wait for YouTube. When you come out of the cave here, this is one of my quartz facilities. And I'm probably on the wrong track. I am on the wrong track. Okay, let's go backwards. This is something I built a couple of weeks ago. So we want to go that way. Well, you'd have to understand how big the world is, so, which is that big, and we're over here someplace, so, up we go. I gotta watch it, because there are other trains and they do collide, so now we have collision. I've got a green, so I'm going for it. So this is one of my quartz facilities. We also have a drone facility that's taking quartz and silica over to the inventory area. So the reason why I have to pay really close attention is that I'm actually running my trains left-hand rule rather than right-hand rule, so I can cause... which is backwards to the way they actually designed this. They don't give you the option that you're forced to get off on the right-hand side of the train. So you basically, shit. Ooh, just made that switch in time. There we go. That would have sent us down the wrong track. So, gotta watch it. Gotta watch it. So yeah, I have a lot of little extra tracks stuck in here. So. And I have reversing loops put in, and these turning wise, I could stop, back up, and turn around. So I don't want to screw up. There's a train here in the station, so I don't want to screw up this train. So it's unloading. Good. Or loading? I don't know what it's doing. Okay, it's unloading. And we're gonna go jump on the siding here. So that train was just about to pull out when I did that. So you see, you get off. You can't get off on the other side of the train. So there it is. So, and I heard it beep just as we went through it. So, anyway, so this is the hub, and that's the space elevator. Waiting for YouTube to catch up. So,
Well, remember that I'm the only one who's got
right.
YouTube delay. Everybody else is
Because
hearing
yes, but I'm also so that you understand too. So, because sometimes, I don't want to be accused of, not fulfilling your needs. Fine, sir. So, so this is my inventory system. It's not complete. It's getting there. So, it looks really cool at night, though. So, here's the quartz crystal, and then we have silica somewhere. It should be right here. So, we have all this stuff being made all over the world. So, I wanted... A lot of people do, like, mega builds, and they put all the stuff into one giant factory, and I guess it's okay, but... and they look really cool when they're done. One of the guys that I could recommend is Total Eclipse. Does a really good job. This is my recycler, so anything not going into storage goes to the muncher and gets consumed. So, so I got a lot of work to do here. This is going to be going on to the space elevator.
So, what does the muncher do with what's the output from the muncher?
The output from the muncher, I'm glad you asked that, is coupons. So you come over here and you get coupons. So there's 145 coupons. So we'll take that 145 coupons. That's for grins. There we go. And we take our coupons, and then you have to go to the Awesome Shop. This is actually called the Awesome Sink. It's the only way they could figure out how to fix some snafus in their game, so they made this. And then you take there's the drone port right there. Hopefully this is still working. I was having problems with it. And there's a drone sitting there, not doing anything. So it's probably...
As I recall, one of the problems is the drones get themselves out of order.
Yep, and it has no batteries.
The one that's delivering the batteries ends up hovering over the platform waiting for this one to leave, and this one can't leave without the batteries.
Right. So, and the one with... So I have to redesign this, because there's obviously... it needs batteries, these things here. So, and this holds 200 batteries, so we gonna go down here and go get 200 batteries. Which is over here. And I created this index, so it tells you what's down what aisle. Ooh, batteries are down here. Somewhere. Ah, there they are. Nope, that's turbo motors. Where's batteries? Batteries. Go in here. So it's not a question that I'm not getting the batteries. The batteries are showing up, but for some reason... So what I need to do, actually, is... Before they get here, is cycle them back through... to the drone port as a last resort, and then off to the recycler. So you have to go over here, stick some batteries in here. Oops. There we go. And we got to put batteries in here. Boop. There it goes. And it'll take off now and go do whatever it is that it has to do. So, I hope. Sounds like it's revving up. There it goes.
I do love the drones.
They are cool, but they're not very useful. And so maybe we'll fix this. I don't really, because what they're drawing over here isn't really all that important. So one of the things that they do in this game is at Christmas time they have Fixmas, and I decided last year I didn't do it. But this year, I can't step on here because there's a train that will... Well, I guess I can go over here. The train goes by. It will smack me and then knock me off. But this is my Christmas factory. So... and it'll run again next year. So they'll probably add some new stuff, and which will be cool. It's totally self-contained. Everything that you need to make stuff for Fixmas is all done in this one factory. So, okay, easy. So,
Yeah, I really like the graphic style and the concept behind it.
yeah.
The part I don't like is the frustration that you go through on an almost weekly basis trying to get things to work.
Well, that's true. It's a complicated building system, and they overly complicated it. But it is cool. So, this is my hub area. So, when you're dealing with Fix-It Corporation, you can put your, as I showed you on the map here, because this is where we're at right now. It's this area, and so the whole world. When we do this, let's see. There we go. This is the entire world as we know it. And there's 4 biomes, and we're in the grassy fields. The swamp is over here. Dune Desert. Red Forest is up here, right here. And then this is the, what do they call this? This is like the North Coast or Sea Coast or, anyway. So the train ride that you saw us take actually loops all the way through here, down around here, through here, up this way, and then over, well, actually over the edge here, and back into the swamp. And then I'm going to continue the train line into the Dune Desert, and then loop back around, all the way around. And then there's a spot there where when we left, there was like a Y junction going into the Dune Desert where Rob said Death Valley or something. So, and that's that area. So yeah. So this
I'll be right back. My family needs me for something.
Okay. So one of my favorite things, of course, is the trains. I love trains. So always have. Has to do with when I was a kid, we had a weatherman who, and I don't remember his name, this is back in Chicago, and he was a big train fanatic, and so he would tell weather via using trains and stuff. Yes, Fixmas. And so we'll take a rundown of the factory here real quick, just for grids. So, and as you can see, I mean, as you progress through the game, so what you do is you have to go to the hub, and I'm at the last tier, so which is but we'll go over to the hub here real quick. This is when I started designing this place, I came up with this idea. I didn't know if it would work or not, but I want, because the hub has to, you can, after so many floors, the little shuttle will take off and just fly through the floors. So, but I wanted to have it kind of look like a stadium area. So that's, you have to buy the lights and stuff at the Awesome Shop. So that's what you do with the coupons. You go over to the Awesome Shop. Here it is. And then there's all these things that you can buy with your coupons. And needless to say, I own everything, I think, except for some of the real fancy schmancy crap. But I don't think I have anything here. There's a few things I don't buy because I don't really need them, like this single thingy there. But I bought all the foundations. Oh, the specials. Besides the cart, I haven't bought any of this stuff. I don't know what I would do with them until, like this golden nut. It's 1,000 coupons. Who cares? And so these are all the structural pieces. So this is all your decorating stuff, basically. So, and like I said, Fixmas is special. So, and you cannot build any of that Fixmas stuff. Here's your supplies you can purchase. So, a lot of times I'll just come over here and buy radiation filters, for instance. I mean, what else are you going to do? Or inhalers. So, and you could buy parts, so, like I could just go buy the AI limiters, but or whatever. But why? So because we want to go into production. So and you're here. The whole point of being here is to uh, recover the resources of this uninhabited planet. So gets to be kind of a complicated math game because you have to figure out all these formulas and not production rates and stuff. They're not always easily divisible. And if you were watching the first part where I was trying to figure out the nuclear production, I'm just trying to figure out the machines I'm going to need and the parts I'm going to need versus even trying to produce it right now or where I'm going to produce it. So, for instance, I have AI limiters here, but they're also going to another. So they're being produced here, and they go over to electronics. And when we head out, we'll go over to the electronics area, and I'll show you that. So this is the hub, but this is only a small part. So as you can see by the map, my goal was to build over the entire planet surface, and the nuclear power plant I'm putting over here because it irradiates everything. There is a lot to the game. There is. For an early access game, it's the best. I mean, when I started here, we had level 2 miners and platforms, and that was it. And so all of this has been added. They're on update, whatever, 4 or 5, I think. What does it say? Update 5. And the last one was a lot of little tweaks and fixes. There's things that I think they should be doing that they're not. Like one of the things that they're doing, like if you go, let's see if I can find one for you here easy. Like if you go over to these machines and stuff, they actually have somewhere on here is they had to go put fix-it on everything. Okay, they had to put, there it is. Here's the elevator. It's a B19 lifter. So, I mean, okay. Like when they first put out these workbenches, these were just empty shelves, and they had to go put paint cans on it and fix-it bins, and you can't make these bins, by the way. So, but anyway, so they've seemed to spend an awful lot of time on the detail of things, which is kind of nice, I guess. But there's some bugs in the game that, especially in co-op play, I really wish they would fix. And I can't just do it with a controller. I have to use a mouse, keyboard, and the controller. Well, I don't have to use the controller. It's just because I got arthritis, it's easier for me. So, and I have the WAS whatever to walk is just, I can't remember the keyboard or something. I don't know. But anyway, so here we'll run around a little bit. So when I started this was the first part of the factory that was built. And underneath there, so it was all open, it's just open and exposed. So, and then as you get the bits and bobs and whatnot, you start, adding things and, decorations and, you're the only person on the planet, but you make it look like there's 1,000 employees here. I have ways to get to the roof. I try to leave the nature in place in some places, so it looks cool. So kind of like a gardening area. The flickering thing, there's nothing you can really do about it. It's just part of the game, so get over yourself. So, but, so I can get on the roof and run around, and so the train line's up there. It goes through the arch, and that's the train line, and we're actually below it right now. And if we go over here, so I can get a better view. Of course, it's nighttime when I'm trying to do this. This is, again, another production area that's making screws and stuff. And the first power that you have is biomass. Oh, I didn't show you the biomass. But anyway, so the first real power you get is your coal power plants. So this is one of my coal power plants. And there's a multitude of these all over the place. So, and then you get fuel power plants and eventually nuclear, which is where I'm at now. And, once you get to nuclear, all these can be torn down. But I don't do that. A lot of people do. They'll tear down their old power plants and stuff. And then if there's a hiccup someplace, for whatever reason, you've got no power. So I don't do that. I leave my biomass burners, and I have battery backups on certain items. And but yeah, so this is it's a bit dark, but this is one of the coal power plants. And I'm going to take a. We kind of went through over the abyss, but we didn't really look at the abyss. So, but I said I'd show you the Fixmas factory. So it's the only thing I've ever built that is totally self-contained. There's no other purpose for it. So I decided to build it as one unique factory, I guess would be the way to put it. So I can kind of remember how to get to it. Aha! So, we're coming up on break time. Okay. I know I have to go through the tunnel. So, that's all I remember. So, and we just got lights, for instance, so I need to add more, but... And we have these big doors.
Pardon me.
Welcome back.
I've been back a while. I was just listening.
Oh, okay. Listen to me ramble on. So, my Fixmas factory. Da-da-da-da-da. So, here's an unfinished part. You can see I haven't done much here. It's a lot of decorating. But yeah, so here's the Fixmas. And what's really, there's some neat features that they threw in this year I didn't know about, so. But, yeah, so. And then we have snow machines, so you can make it snow. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. So one of the things that I did, so I put in little Easter eggs for people who, because it's co-op, so you can have people visit your build and check it out. So, and Dawn came to check out my Easter build, or my Fixmas build, and I went and checked hers, and you know, stuff like that. And Helena helped me with this. So, not the Fixmas build. This one I did on my own. And one of the things that I put in there, because I thought it'd be cool, was a giant candy cane. Not that there is one in the game. It's just something I created. So, and here, you have to, and the reason why I have these it doesn't matter. Anyway, so they built this bridge. First bridge I ever built, because they added new bits and pieces so you can make these cool looking bridges. So let's go into the factory itself. Oh, the Easter egg that I built here. You can't see it from the ground, and you can't see it at distance. It only appears if you're reasonably close. So we want to jump up here, and we want to get over here. Oops. And if you get up here, is a little winter scene that I built underneath this. So yeah, and then I have extra ways in and out of the factory because it's a real pain in the ass. So just little doodads. So come up here, and everything you need for Fixmas is built in this factory. You betcha, chat. You know, it's this, you know, there's 41 episodes, so that's, you know, 400 hours in this playthrough, and it's, well, probably twice that. Because I spent a lot of time, like, doing this Fixmas, off stream. So, we have these cool doors now that, you know, do that thing, so. So yeah, and then what else did I do here? Somewhere in here, I think it's on this floor. You know, like a lot of people, I incorporated the rock inside the building. You know, lit it up just as a cool thing. So, so some places there should be. Maybe that's upstairs. You might have to go upstairs. I think it's on the next floor. Probably. Should be a staircase here somewhere. Been so long since I've been here. Okay, have to go to the central stairwell. It's just right here. Damn autosaves. So, yep. I have to go up the floor. Ignore the minor clipping errors problems, but, you know, it's, yeah, here's what I wanted to show you. So if we go down here, well, actually, yeah, we'll start down here. We have a staircase. And so just imagine color all this stuff one piece at a time. So, but you can come down here and walk over the entire factory floor like this. But that wasn't good enough for me, so I had to put in doors so I could get up on the roof. So yeah, so because the views here are just incredible. So it's a gorgeous game. It's truly something. But anyway, it's time for me to take a quick break, and we'll hop back on the train and get back to, I forgot what I was looking for, stators. So I don't know how many stators I'm going to need. I didn't look. Just and how many are being made. So I got to go back to electronics to find out, because if I can use the high-speed connector one, if I have enough high-speed connectors being made, I would rather use that one than the AI limiters, but I can make AI limiters real easy. So, I mean, real easy. And I can build them on location. Because all I need is deuterium and something. And I can make AI limiters. Or not, let's see, it's foil and something. So, real easy one to build. So, that's the one most people will use, including me. So, let me go take a quick break. Oh, the little red trees up at the top there, that's the edge of the red forest. Places that you don't want to go because there's giant bugs up there that want to eat your eyes for jujubes. So, one of my favorite lines out of Avatar. Anyway, one piece at a time. Yep. Well, you can kind of zoop the color, but then if you fuck it up, you got to go back and redo it anyway. So, now, if you're doing whole sections, you can change the color, like of the wall, and build in that color. But you got to be careful because it could affect all the colors. But this was actually colored basically one piece at a time because they're custom colors. So, yeah. Basically, you know, all the red pieces had to be basically the color red. I actually set up a little thing so I could reasonably quickly change between the reds and the greens. And then you have to click on them all. Beep, 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 beep. And then they had an update where you could just kind of pan and paint. The problem with that is that, like I said, if you hit the wrong part, you had to undo everything. You know, so, but yeah, so, I'll be back. Yeah, coloring in this thing is not easy. So when you see these people with all these different colors and stuff, and even the lights, you can change the color of the lights, but you have to do them. Well, there is a way to do it in a group. Just put it through a switch, and then all those lights be controlled by that switch. But it doesn't quite work the way it sounds. Sort of? Almost? Anyway, it's early access, guys. They're working on it. So it's a lot better than 76 ever was as far as that goes. So there you go. Be back shortly.
It is an impressive place, Jet. The the technology that they interchange is not necessarily what the real world would use, but it uses a similar concept where part X is required in order to build part Y, which is required in order to build part Z to create machine A. It's really, really impressively fun.
Hello there.
Hello, Dinuk. How are you today?
Fine. Very fine.
Yeah, very good. Guy is on
Yeah,
break, but
I
we'll be
see.
back in a moment.
Just dropping in for some minutes.
Okay.
Just how everything is doing.
Oh, today she's taking a little bit of a laid back approach to the build because, of course, Helena is not here.
That's true. Yep.
So she's showing us around a little bit, because some of us have been here while she built most of this stuff, but it was all, over time and kind of separated in time. So getting to see it all
Mm-hmm.
reminds us of where she was,
Mm-hmm. Uh,
Jet, I would not be able to keep straight in my head the steps needed to do each individual part. Di does an excellent job with that.
that's true.
Welcome back, Di.
Thank you. Did I hear Dino?
You do.
Oh, well, welcome, Dino.
Yes. Thank you.
You bet.
I'm just dropping in for a
Look,
few minutes.
okay.
Just and
Uh,
to look how everything's doing.
things are going well. Yes, at the beginning, yeah, because well, there are tutorials, kind of, and then there's a lot of YouTube videos and stuff, and it starts out. I don't know how many builds I've done now, but anyway, because every update brings something new into the game, so it gets kind of complicated after a while. So AI limiters are being built here at the hub, or near the hub. So we want to go down. Oop, no staircase there. Where's my staircase? Must be on this side. There's my stairs. Boop. Ooh. Paleberry. And that's your food. That's one of the things that they did is they made it so that the food regenerates. Because you can't grow food for some reason, which is very strange.
Oh, it's a little bit annoying.
Yeah, so, which is kind of weird, but you can't grow food. So you have to run around picking it up. Before they made it so that it regrows, you would literally scour the entire planet looking for food, which would get you killed more often than not. So, hence you need the basher. Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh no.
But yeah, it's always better that they maybe bring an update where there's maybe a chance to plant your own food and maybe different types of food.
Yeah, they don't do that yet. I think they may. I think there's a mod though that lets you grow food. See, I got pipe being recycled. That's quick wire being recycled. So I could actually drag this stuff all the way over via train. But why not just make more, right? So here's my encased steel beam, and I'm always out. Yep. So I know I don't have enough being made. Oh, I gotta go get rid of those coupons. So let me go throw those coupons in the bin, because as you can see, we never have enough slots to carry all our crap. So.
Oh, of course not.
So let's get rid of these. And you will say, well, why do you gotta carry all that crap? And, well, believe it or not, you go around with full pockets most of the time. So I'll get rid of that. So we were looking for AI limiters, which are being...
Hi, Mark. Welcome.
Mark Jackson!
Welcome, Mark! You can always ask questions, Mark.
Yes, and we'll give you a smart-ass answer, too. So,
Hopefully.
okay, so I was looking for AI limiters, which are way over here in the corner. Should be these right here. Yes. I have a few sitting here in this bin. So, this bin should be empty. Yep. Okay. So these AI limiters are being delivered via the train to the electronics, assuming there's enough being made. I did not check my production. Anyway, who cares? So, let's go take the...
Computers.
Yes. Because we can always make more. So... Oh, and to give you an idea about the sorting system that's underneath, this is where all the elevators are for the sorting system. So, just to give you an idea, all those bins you see up there have to be fed by something. Here's my sorting system. So, and these all the little splitters that you see here, they're programmable and they have to be programmed. So, and then, for instance, this one over here, one of these over here, is for the batteries. That's the one I gotta fix, or figure out how to fix. I'm pretty sure it's that one right there. And, so what I have to do is put another splitter, probably on the recycler line, to pull the batteries out or something. I don't know. I'll have to ponder this. So, it's not, see, there is one there because there's not enough batteries going where they need to be going, so I gotta fix it. But not today. It's not a major problem. Selena figured it out, and Rob mentioned it. What happens is the drones, for some reason, get out of sequence. Don't know why. And then they run out of batteries. So, let's say we're doing on our battery count over here. And it's out of batteries again.
And to answer your question,
Crap.
Mark,
What was his question?
polymer or metal magazines? My preference is metal.
Yep.
You can drop a metal magazine, it might get a ding in it. might even bend an ear, you can fix that. You drop a polymer magazine, it cracks or breaks, it's done.
Yep. So for some reason, this is now not getting bad
Yeah,
reviews.
I think so too. Yeah. For surely I know what you're talking about. Or yeah, yeah.
I've had AR mags. I actually still have some, and they're polymer, and I can't use them because they warp slightly, and they not much, but just enough
That's
that
another good point.
they do not feed properly anymore. So
they do warp. Polymer mags do warp, especially in heat.
Yep.
So maybe summer in Chicago isn't a long enough hot season to greatly affect them the first year, but heat damage to polymer is cumulative.
Yep.
Aluminum magazines or steel magazines, if you can still find any of those, they expand and shrink within their tolerance.
Right. Where polymer mags just fail. They don't. They just fail. And let's put it this way. I have an AK, and I've got 30-year-old metal mags for that, and they work fine. The polymer mag lasted a year. 1 year. Didn't even last a year, as a matter of fact. And it wasn't being abused or anything, but I left them in the back of the car, and during the summer, and guess what? They warped. And the AR mags, which I have 2 of. Now the 10-round mag did not warp, but the 30 or the 20, 30, whatever. No, the 20 rounds for the AR, they all warped. And so you can get the follower to go down. Maybe like in one of them, if I remember correctly, will go only like 2/3 of the way, and then it binds just like in one spot. So if you push past it, it will go down to the bottom, but it won't feed back up if it's full of bullets, obviously. So, and then the other one, you can only move the follower maybe an inch, and it just locks. I mean, it just jams. So that's the end of that. Those 2 mags, and then the ones that I bought for the AK, they're just terrible. They were like the worst investment I ever. Oh yeah, buy a polymer. Yeah, well, you know what? They don't fucking work. So, not too happy about them, I'll have to admit. So I would never buy, because there's no reinforcement in them. It's not like a Glock mag that's reinforced. So.
Well, Mark, that's happy to hear, man.
Yeah, sometimes Dad knows what he's talking about, Andy.
It's just weird for me that I just hear about talking how to just about guns.
Well, yeah, I guess. Oh shit! Well, yeah, there we go.
It's for me.
Why did
Like,
it switch
I don't.
automatically? That was weird.
It's not normal for me to like have that shit around. So
Yeah.
Yeah, here in America, we're a different culture, firearms-wise.
Yep.
I see that.
I mean, there are a lot of people who think, firearms should be banned, universally, and I'm looking at it, well, as long as everybody else can get their hands on them, I want them too. So. And I'm not sure I would even want to get rid of even if I could, would I? You know what I'm saying? So where do we...
My take on it is that the criminals are not the ones who are going to follow the laws and surrender their firearms.
Right.
And as long as the criminals are going to continue having firearms, I will continue having firearms.
Yeah. sure I'm not
Yeah, I understand.
occupying 2 blocks here. I hope. Yeah, okay, I'm clear. So hopefully that won't be a problem. It probably will be, but if we find a train stuck back there, then we know it was a problem.
Now, I think I'm gonna go again because we're just dropping in for some.
Oh, okay.
I still need my sleep.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
You're a youngling. Go get some sleep.
Over maybe 2 weeks or so.
Yeah.
Then it will be Easter vacation. So then I have time to be at the streams longer.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, but have fun.
You too. Take care. So I have AI limiters right here
Bye.
that I could possibly grab and take with us. And what was the other? So it was stators. The encased industrial beam is going to be the tough one. So we're going to have to do something about that. That's going to be the hardest one, I think. Oh, I know. The other thing we wanted to check on was the high-speed connectors, I believe, which is down over here. We got to go downstairs. Well, actually, I guess we can drop through here. Oops. Damn. We just heard a train pull up and stop. Okay, so what's this one doing? Cable, quick wire, circuit boards. What are you making, buddy? Oh, high-speed connectors. There we go. And it makes 3.75 per minute. These are all puked out here and doing something. What are they doing? I don't know. Wow, do I have a bunch sitting on a... Ooh, we have high-speed connectors just sitting here. They're going down there to go build something. Wow. Well, if nothing else, we could get started. I don't know how many of these I need per minute. That's the problem. Okay. So where would I steal these from? Because they are not going to the train. They are going down... Let's see, how am I filling these? Okay. So they're going down here. And into this machine, making... Oh, supercomputers. Okay. And it is waiting for computers. Why is it waiting for computers? It should not be waiting for computers. So, another problem. This one I just saw a whole line of computers. Something stopped working?
Probably.
Okay. Oh, that's empty. Okay. Oh, it's making computers. It's just taking a while. They're slow. It's only running at 30% though, so something is definitely wrong here. It doesn't have enough rubber by the looks of it. Well, that's interesting. No, it does not have enough rubber. Well, that's weird. Okay. It's getting rubber, just not enough. So that's a new snafu. This is where I was talking about. Why is something that the line is totally backed up with rubber? So Okay, I really am baffled. Oh, damn autosaves. So, let's see what's going on here. Unless something else is not showing up like it's supposed to. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, this one's running at 100%. Or, yeah. Okay. Something's goofy with this other unit. Don't know what it would be. Oh, okay, it's the rubber being delivered. Oh, you know what? We might have caught it between deliveries. So what happens is when I gotta go check at the train. What happens is if the box upstairs where the train is empties, well, when the train comes in, it halts all processing. So there is a delay between the rubber getting back onto the belt, which is it's not a huge snafu usually, but if you're running your productions really, really tight, guess what? You can kind of opens up a can of worms. So where's the rubber coming in at? Crap. Should be on this train here, I think. And I have a train right behind me waiting to get through. Crap. Okay. So one of these bins here should be rubber. Probably the one that's empty. Alright. Incoming 78 items per minute. Okay. Well, I'm not going to worry about it right now. So, it's still producing. It's not like I'm running out of anything. So. Business. Every time you stop a train and if your production's based on your throughput for your train line. So, and I have rubber being produced here, but I'd have to stop the train again. So, oh, come on, really? Let me take it, it's a local call. Figures. Wrong number. Okay, so where are we going? Do we know? We don't know. Yeah, going over to where the rotors are being made. And I forgot what the truck is hauling in here. I gotta go look. Yeah, I've never had much luck with polymer mags. Not for AR or for AK. They seem to work fine. I don't know if they would work. Like I said, Glock mags are unique. They're reinforced polymer resin something or other. They really do a good job on them, in my opinion. But I've seen other polymer mags, not so good. So. Okay. So what I wanted to do is run back down here without blocking a track. So obviously I need a few more sidings put in for me to pull over. Whoa, here comes a train. Whoa! Alrighty. Let's not do that. think I ate breakfast too early this morning. So I'm hungry. So yeah, I have my little hyper tube. I know it works because I timed it, and it's not a huge one either, so it's only like 4. So it might be right. No, it's wrong. Yeah. Oh well. That's alright. It works. It does something. Wow, that's weird. Okay, what are we delivering to here? Oh, you know, oops, not what I thought it was. It's copper foil. Interesting. Oh, yeah. That was for making, I think the heat sinks. Alright. So, we have steel beams available. We can make reinforced. So we gotta make some more encased steel beams. So I think we're gonna go, or encased something, whatever they're called, I forget. Oh, we can go take the hyper tube back. So we'll do that. Boop. So let's see. I can also, I can put in another steel factory because up at the top of the hill there, I have like 3 more coal nodes, so I can make more steel, which is being made over here. I think we're just making pipe though. Oh, I have encased steel beams being made. Well, son of a gun! How about that? I didn't even know I had these being made here. Well, shoot. Just one machine, though. Okay, what are we making here? How many did we need before? I think we needed 8, and we're making 6. Was that what it was? Hello, Rob? Rob?
Hello?
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you fell asleep or something.
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
I couldn't answer your question, so I was just waiting for you to figure it out.
I don't know either, so there you go. Okay, so we're gonna make the big thing right now is the damn stators. Do we make stators because we need pipe, or do we take the stators from here? Boy. I like the idea of having the encased steel beam here, though, because we can deliver them to the train station, and so we have stators, but so our motors are going someplace because this keeps running. So let's see, stators. Here's the stators. They're coming from over here. So this one's on standby for some reason. Okay. It's odd. Oh, the line must be backed up slightly. Can't process all the material. Well, we got a lot of stators being made. So maybe this would be producing 5. So I'm making 15 stators per minute here. Well. Okay. So do we steal stators from here or make more? Okay, let's go hop on the train and see what we discover. Where is my train? It's over there. Gotta go this way. Right now, this train station is not really doing much. It's moving some motors. Probably blocked the train too. That's because I'm across the. It's probably sitting back there somewhere. I don't know. We'll find out. Oh shit! Oh, thank God I didn't fall into the hole or something. All right. Come on. There we go. Oh, you bugger. Oh well. Didn't catch it fast enough. That's alright. One of these days I'm going to come up one of those sidings and plow right into a train. So... Here's a train station not being used to produce anything at the moment. So what we have here is concrete and steel pipe, and I can make stators, I do believe. So we can make stators here, and then oh, I don't have copper. Do I have? I don't have copper being made here yet. So copper. Where is it? Right there. Somewhere. Let's go this way. Someplace there's a copper node here. It's over this way. It's on top of one of these nodes, nodules, whatever, these rises here. So one of the things that happens is when you start building stuff and it supply power, the critters disappear. So, ooh, that's kind of a low ceiling there. Crap. So here's my copper node. And what is this? Copper pure, perfect.
Take care, Mark.
He's leaving us so soon? I know, he's a busy guy.
He's got the little ones to take care of. He's always going to be a busy guy.
Well, you can take my little ones and have them anodized pink. or baked enamel. So there are ways to get around that. Just saying. Okay, so let's see. If we drop a miner on here, is that going to punch a hole through the roof there? I don't know. I'm not going to have the parts for a miner, though. Let's see, 2 miners. Let's see.
Hey, Hawk.
Okay, I have to go make some portable miners. Oh, hey, I thought I had a way to get up there. I do. Oh.
There you go thinking again, Di.
Yeah, I do. You know, every once in a while I do that, and it causes me such pain. Oh, nuts. I missed. I think I have some benches over here. Hey, Hawk. Good to see you. So, let's see. I need a couple of portable miners. We'll see what happens here. And we might be able to just stick it in, and if it sticks up through the roof, so what, right? Of course, it kind of depends on where it pops up at. Like, in the middle of the railroad track would not be good. So, that would be bad. But this is a pure node. So... wow, let's see. There should be... It's got a beacon on it. There's Julie's house. Copper. Oh, it is. It's going to stick up right through here or something. Damn. We may not use this copper node. And it does. It pokes up to the floor. So we won't be using this node. Oops. We will use a different copper node. Which is... oh, nuts. Come on. Let's see. I got my pipe is here. Let's see what it takes for stators. Stators. Okay. Oh.
No, she's taking a week off, Hawk.
Yeah, she's just lounging about. So. Oh,
She's doing some family stuff, too.
yeah. Let's see here. Now, I could make the pipe... well, I got the pipe already being made. So... it'd be times 4. So I would need 16 pipe per minute, which would be good, because I think I'm making 20 per minute. That's if I use the quick wire. The other one only makes 5 stators per minute. I just use the standard copper wire, and I would need 40 copper wire per minute, which is easy enough. So the trick is to pipe. And like you said, Alina checked last week, and there's no coal around that area nearby. I can go do it in the Dune Desert, which would be a good excuse to lay more railroad track and build in the Dune Desert, because there's coal there. It is a dilemma. So, and to make encased steel beam, or encased, whatever it's called, Shit. There it is. Encased industrial beam. I don't know why they couldn't call it encased steel beam. You know? So... It's an assembler. So... I don't know how much beam I'm being made here, though. So, we need those, control rods. Should be down here someplace, right there. So we double that, so it'd be 6. Ha ha ha! Okay. Interesting. And then the uranium fuel rods need... So, okay. Encased steel beam here. Okay, the stators still are the frickin' problem. Because for the motors that we're running over there, I forgot how many, but it uses a fair number of stators. Motors. Of course, now I can't find them. Of course not. Turbo motors. Anyway, alright. I guess we'll do it the old-fashioned way here. Uses 10 to make the motors. So no matter what, I don't have enough stators being made as it is. So, okay. So I gotta make more stators. For sure. So I can make the encased industrial beam with this material here. I have the concrete and I have steel beam, so that's good. So copper, since I can't use that node because it's going to be coming right up through the train here, bit of a problem. Speaking of which, there goes the... Oh, that's interesting. That never... Well, I guess it wouldn't.
It's a good thing you weren't on the track.
Yeah.
Or can they still not hit you?
No, they can hit you. So that's why I use this right hand so I can have a path in between the two railroad lines to run. And then that over there, like I said, is a quartz factory that never got finished. However, I happen to know that there is a copper node. I wonder if we should start developing the... I found one copper node in the swamps. If there's another one, I hadn't found it yet. So, and it's not even a pure node. It's a normal node, which would not make enough rotors. But up here, oh shit, we're probably gonna get attacked up here. There's a pure copper node. Over this way. Somewhere. Oh, looks like Alina was here. She left a ladder. Okay, so here's one of the copper nodes. Ah, here it is, pure node. Okay. So we could, you know, take the copper down and put a plant in someplace and make all the copper wire we need. So, okay, so that's one solution. Let's go back now to the swamp and see if we can find a another copper node, just to see. Okay, autosave. going to have to get a bit more rubber delivered over there to electronics. Or make more rubber, I guess. I have to open up another oil field, make some more rubber. Although for the fuel stuff, or for the reactor stuff, I don't think we need any rubber at all. So that's kind of weird, but works for me. So this is why I really enjoy having Helena here, because I could have her building a quartz factory right now, producing silica that we're going to need for that alternate recipe. And, but she's not here, so.
Right.
Oh, still got a green. Alright, off we go. And I do not want to whip through the oil refinery here. So what I was talking about earlier, about building in the Dune Desert, which is coming up here to the left, this train line would enter from, there's a Y junction that I put in. Doesn't go anyplace really, yet. Okay, Hawk, take care. I just appreciate people stopping by and leaving a thumbs up, I hope. So.
Stopping in, sharing some time with us.
Yep.
Hopefully liking what they say.
One would hope. Okay, so we're this, you're going to see it coming up. It'll be going off to the, Rob, off to the left there. That's going to be the one going into the Dune Desert. That's one way in. And then the other... which I know there's a pure copper node. So I like to work off of pure copper nodes because they usually overproduce. It's the same amount of equipment basically to get you what you want, so you got a few extra parts. I'd rather have a few extra parts that go to a muncher later than not have the parts, if that makes any sense.
Right. No, that makes perfect sense.
So we're going to stop the train.
It's better to have too much than not enough,
Yep.
because not enough will stop the machinery.
Yep. So we're going to stop the train here.
That's right, he can be taught.
Okay. So like I said, that's crystal over to the left. So I'm going to ping for copper and see what shows up in the valley here, or hopefully. This does not always work, but let's see, copper ore, I believe it was that one. Let's see if I can get this to work. Uh-oh. 550 that way, 7, and then one way over there. Okay, wait a minute. There's one way over there? Ooh. I did not know that. Okay, let's go see what we got over here at 500. Somewhere down here there's a copper node? Okay. Unless, what's this factory making? Does anybody know? Looks like iron. Okay. So someplace there's a copper node over here. Where? Oh, where is the copper node? Let's go ping again for it. 300. It's over there somewhere. Okay. 300. This is probably gonna get me killed. 175. 130. And I didn't just keep bouncing along. Alright, it says it's over here. Unless it's up there. Ooh. Let's see if it'll tell me where. Said it. I think it said it's right down here. If you're close enough, you'll see it actually ping the... Here it is. What do we got?
Ping the ground. Right?
Yeah, you know... Ah, shit, it's a normal node. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Okay. So what is this near anything that we're building? No. It's down in a hole, which is even worse. Crap. Okay. Oh, we got something over here. Ain't doing anything, but it's something here. What are we doing here? Oh, this is my sulfur node. Okay. So that node would work. We have 2 normal nodes. So that would, in theory, work. Uh-oh. Radiation damage. Okay. And then we had 2 nodes out this way somewhere. And we do not want to run across the ground here because, like I said, there's real nasty little thingy buggers zipping around wanting to kill you. How do we get back up there? Okay, so it's behind... One of them is behind the sulfur node, which is okay. Do I have any easy way to get up here? No. No, there's walkways over there. Alright, I guess we go die. Of course, it's nighttime too, which is even better. So somehow that... Oh, that's a wreck there. Okay. That freaked me out. Okay, copper again, that's... 3... That's probably the one I already know about. 3 something, 369. Over this way. God, I'm gonna hate doing this. Like I said, this usually gets me killed. Yep, gas field. Can I get around it? Maybe? Nope. Not easily. I bet you that 361 was this one right over here. I got already marked. Yep, got a spitter behind me. Trying to kill me. Did I mark it? Copper norm. Okay, so we have 2. Yep, he's trying to kill me. 2 normal coppers, and the other one was... I don't know where.
I'm sorry to hear that, Rick. I hope it wasn't too uncomfortable of a situation. And it's break time, Dad.
Hey, Rick. Sorry to hear that. Jet is off. Okay. Well, hopefully you enjoyed the tour, and you know, you'll spend a few bucks and buy the game, and then we can all play together, like Rick and I do. So when you say here, I assume you're at work, Rick. So, okay. So there was another copper node. I think it was out that way. Maybe? Nope. They're all pinging over there. Oh, that one's by the waterfall? Ooh. Okay. Yeah, figures. Low resolution map. Yes, there is one by the waterfall, right there. Cool. So it's in front of the waterfall. Boy, that would be awesome. Okay, let's go check
Now, why don't we check after your break?
Oh, crap. All right. Thank you. I'll go. You did, Rick. Oh. All right. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Well, once you know the rest of the story, there's no going back from there.
I'll be leaving soon. I need them to watching Mr. Rogers from the living room. Audie's Audie. So.
The only thing that sucks is you find these things out after you've been there for a while. Sometimes you wonder if you would have taken the job if you knew these things when you started, right? Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. But at least now you've got the information you need to make future decisions. Sometimes you need that little bit of discomfort to get you where you need to be.
Okay, what's this?
Welcome back, guy.
Thank you. What's this reference to Paul Harvey?
Well, now Rick knows the rest of the story.
Oh, okay. Do I want to know the rest of the story, Rick? Probably. You know me, being a nosy Nate. Well, I guess I can. So, I got no life, folks. You know, I mean, I gotta live vicariously through others. So,
I thought that was my shtick.
yeah, well, it could be. No, I don't want to do that. Don't want to do that either. Damn! Got rid of my basher. There we go. Screwed that up. Okay. Want to see if I can change the sound settings for like the train or something. Server manager interface invites.
My brother and I were talking the other day, and I, out of the blue, just remembered that he had a M1 carbine. That when he and I used to hang out together, the stock was cracked and taped together with electrical tape. It's like, did you ever have that carbine fixed, or did you get rid of it? It's like, no, I had it fixed. He goes over the whole, process, and then he says, I was thinking, when it's time for me to pass on, I'm going to leave that to you, because you're the only one in the family who would really appreciate it. And I started laughing. He's like, what's so funny? I said, do you really think that you're going to outlive, or you're not going to outlive me? I have abused the heck out of this poor body over the years.
Yeah. I wonder if train would fall under. I wonder what it would on ambient. I don't know. That's what I just lowered. It's not going to be factory volume. Equipment volume, maybe. I don't know. Effects volume, maybe. I don't know. Let's turn that one down too. Turn that one down to 90. Because when the train's running, I can barely hear you, Rob. So. Let's see if that has any effect.
Sorry about that.
It's not your fault. It's just the way the game is.
Well, I don't play the game volume, so I can hear you clearly through the Discord without the repeating.
Right. So it said that copper was over this away somewhere. It stopped right here. And I think this is bauxite right here. Kind of what it looks like. Okay, we'll ping for copper again. See if we can locate it. 360 that away. Oh crap, more gas fields. I want to get back up on the upper line. Shoot. We do not have an abundance of walkways here, I'll tell you that. So I guess we'll put one in. I guess right here. Right here. Right here. Right here. Oh, by the way, did you look at that game Osiris New Dawn that I was telling you about?
I went to look at it, and I forgot all about it after I started dealing with my ISP last night. So
Oh, okay.
I will take a look at it.
Just see what you think about it. Sure. Sounds good. Let's put, okay, so how far was that copper? 300 and something? No, it couldn't have been that far. Well, maybe it was.
I think it was that far.
So I would put it like, ooh. About where that factory is. God, is that a copper factory? That's right, she was doing copper. Over here. So, wow. See, she built this, oh, it's building foil. It's making foil and making something. I don't know. It's doing something. So we got copper wire. So, to make the stators, all we need are the pipes. But we have no coal here. So, I don't know how much copper wire she's making, but that's okay. That's a good start. Let's see. 6 your time is going to be 4 o'clock my time, because I think we're on a 2-hour difference. Rick is in Texas.
Yeah, it's 2 hours from Texas to you.
Okay, so to make more stators, so we got the copper wire. So the only thing we don't have is pipe, and there's no coal in this valley. So where would the nearest coal be other than back, where we were at? So ooh. Yeah. Okay, over that way, 1,000 meters. Great. Yep, it's way over here. I know where that is, and that's not where we're gonna go. Wow. Okay. Poop. And that's the one that we're on right. I showed you where that one was. Wow. Yeah, there's no close coal. Okay. So the option, I think, is to go just make more stators back at where we were making stators, and then diverting them to hook up with. Oh crap! I forgot what the other part was. To make the electronic control dooflotchers. So I forgot what. I think that's what we're gonna do. So we could, because I don't see making stators here of being, without coal being readily available. Okay, because that's pipe and yeah, it's the pipe is the problem. Okay, so then the other thing that we're doing is, so that's now been determined. So we're going to make the copper or the stators over there, and then we're going to make these. So if we make the stators there, it would not be hard to move. I have both of these actually, AI limiters and the circuit board thingies, or high-speed connectors. At least for now. I'll have to go back and fix that production line. So, so we'll make the circuit, these circuit thingies over, like near electronics or something, I think, because that's where the parts are going to wind up at. So, more stators. That's the first thing we need to do, I think. So, we go find our train, because I left it somewhere. I don't know where. Over there somewhere, I think. Crap. Oh well, we'll find it. No, apparently I disconnected my ramp. Yep. Great. That was smart.
I think you wisely said, I'll probably never need this again.
Yes. Well, you can say I was right. Does this one even go up there? No. Oh, shit. Alright. That doesn't help. Alright, shit. See, that'll run all the way back around, I guess. Well, we can run around, I guess. It doesn't matter. Except there's probably no way to get across from over here to over there. No, there isn't. Why would there be? Ah, shit. Alright, so I basically hosed myself here, folks. We want to connect to that thingy there, so... Fuck. Alright. Can I get that far? Nope. Okay, we just go from here then. I went to all the problem to disconnect this crap, and I gotta put it back in. Okay, Rick. So... Oh, I guess I went a little too high. About 3 too high, I guess. Let's see. There we go.
Is it possible to really be too high?
You know, if you had asked me 30 years ago that question, I would have said no. So.
Are we talking about the same thing anymore, Doc?
No, exactly. You know, I had to, I have to see a pain doctor, so because they control your consumption of drugs, and of course they want to know your drinking habits, of course, so.
Yeah, my doctor's always asking me about my drinking habits.
And I always want to answer, well, since you're not paying, what the fuck difference does it make to you, asshole? I'm sorry, that's just what wants to come out,
I had a doctor once say to me, what if I had told you that, you have to stop drinking alcohol or else you're going to die in less than a year? I looked at him and I said, well, then I'll say goodbye to everybody, because I'm not going to die miserable.
Yeah, it's like me and smoking. I pretty much don't drink. I mean, I drink once in a while, but it's not all consuming like it used to be. So, which is, for me, that's all fine and dandy. But anyway, I can't even jump
I'm not a 20-year-old kid on a bender. I'm
right. But still, they want, like, you're supposed to run your life according to what they think is okay. And that just annoys the fuck out of me. It's like...
Yeah, why does my life have to conform to any of their thoughts?
Exactly. You say, I'm going to turn this train around. I'm going the wrong way. I do not have a turning area up here yet. So, well, that sucks. So, how can I do this? I can't do it. Well, not easily. I guess I could just back up. Just hate doing that. Because needless to say, somewhere along the line, I'm gonna run into something. Well, Rick, I'm glad to hear you're still working. So...
It certainly it sucks that you have to find out something you didn't want to know. But you're better off finding it out now and dealing with it.
Okay, that did not solve the audio problem with the train. So, let's see, options. The train is still like way too loud. So I don't know, oops. I don't know what to turn down here. What's UI volume? User interface volume? That doesn't even make sense to me. There is no dialogue, so I don't know what the hell that is. Oh, Ada. Ada, whatever her name is. Yeah, she's really annoying too. Turn her down.
She's annoying too. No, Di, tell us how you really feel.
We'll try ambient. Oh, I already turned that down. Well, we'll turn it down some more. We'll turn it down to 50. See if it makes a difference here. Oh, that really quieted down the background music, though. That was weird. Okay. Nope, train's still loud. Fuck. I have no idea what kills the volume on the frickin' train. Options. Audio.
I don't know.
Ah, factory volume. Oh, that's interesting.
The train falls under factory.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I say. The only way for me to tell is to leave the train running, so... Yeah, I turned it. I don't know what else it's going to screw up. I assume it's going to screw up all the factory sounds, so...
Do you rely on factory sounds to let you know if your factory's working properly?
No, not really. It helps in certain situations, especially when you're around, like, the oil refineries. Because they make, they make specific sounds, so you can tell if it's actually working from audio rather than having to go physically check it out.
Right.
So here's going to be the problem. So I need to take this turn back loop here, and there's going to be a train coming. Oh, overshot it. Wanted to turn in there.
Just so I know, you are running the train backwards right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I want to get on the right rail. So... Uh-oh. Didn't go far enough. So I want to turn that to go the other way. Oh, that's not working. I must be on the switch. This is the problem I had, if you remember, with those other switches. Yeah, see, it's not letting me switch it. So that sucks. Not sure why, but...
Because letting you switch it would make it work properly.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying, because I'm running it, literally running this stupid thing backwards. It doesn't always want to work. So, and then we go this way. And I'm going to go down that path. And then, nope. I don't want to go down over that way.
We gotta run to the restroom. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Oops. See, I need to pull off up here someplace. I didn't think about this. Going this way. There. So let's see, how would we have to do that? So we'd have to loop off of this track here. So if I came off the main line over there, shot across here, let's see, came around, I could come over this way and then tie back into that track, blah blah blah, a lot of putzing around, but it could be done. Right now I just need to get this train off the main line. So if we come across here, come on, oops, I think my train just stopped.
What do you mean, oops? I know what I mean when I say oops.
Yeah, just, have an oopsie moment. Nothing serious. Alright, so I can now put a... oh, it works. See, the train stopped like it's supposed to. Keep stop from having a collision. So, actually it didn't. Yes, it did. Wait a minute, which... No, something happened. I got two trains stuck here now, because my train is over there on the main line. Okay, so what I wanted to do was just put in a siding here, basically, for me to zip down here.
So you left your train on the main line.
Yep.
And that stopped these two.
Yep, and I'll show you why. So, but for right now, let's just get this kind of... Come on. Floop. There we go. That should do it. Okay, my train is sitting, well, I'll show you here in a sec. Gotta wait for it to catch up. So, but my train is sitting by Fix-It Mart, okay? And so it's occupying the block that I'm standing on. So if we go back this way, so the train that was on the straightaway detected this block, and it's red, and so it has to stop. This train...
And the train that was coming up from the side...
Right.
...detected the block, and it had to stop too.
Exactly. So that's why you use the block detectors, and so it knows that the switch is fouled, as the term is called in railroading, and cannot proceed any further. So, at least that's the plan. Does it always work? What do you think? So.
Well, I've lived long enough to see several rail disasters in real life, so I imagine that it doesn't always work in make-believe, just like it doesn't always work in real life.
Exactly. So now to fix this, so I was going to put a quick little siding in here, because I'm thinking I want this train to loop. Otherwise it has to go all the way down, come all the way back to go pick up... Oh, fuck. Well, at least I didn't die. Shit. I hate it when that happens.
You barely even got hurt. It was just inconvenient.
Yeah, but, if it wasn't that I had my super shoes on and all that good
You're
stuff.
wearing your Blade Runners, right?
Yes, I'm in my Blade Runner, so they reduce your fall damage considerably. So, anyway. Alright, we'll try this again. So what I was thinking is that I could loop this train around right here, come over this way, and then loop down into that, and then get back on that line to pick up the stators and run them back to... because we're going to make stators here. And so I didn't have to use that specific line. I could have moved it over a little bit, but I just picked one arbitrarily, but I just realized I'm going to have some pretty tight switching going on here, I think. So let's check to see where our track... Oh yeah, it goes all the way to where the brake is right there. So, okay. So we take that out. And take this one out. And we want that track to go into this track. Probably right here. Oh, that is really close switching. Well, let's see if it works. There's only one way to find out. So, I believe I said here. Then we're going to connect that one back. That way we have a straightaway. And then we want this one to connect over here. Like so. Now the problem I got right now is that my train is blocking all these trains. So I gotta actually take my train down around the loop. So.
Well,
details, right?
At least you know what you need to do to fix it.
Yep. So, and then I want to put...
I would still be wondering why my train stopped.
So, and then we're going to put a block detector here on the switch itself. So, and you saw it just change colors. So it becomes a separate block. So if I have a train going down that yellow block, which I don't. Okay, so this train just moved up on me, so I can't even explain it to you. But that's the next detector. Okay, so it moved up, and it's waiting for this yellow block to clear, which is where my train is sitting right now. So, but if it was on this siding, it would have the same problem. So to fix that, what you do is you put another detector on here, thusly. So when the train is sitting down there and it's not following the switch, which is what we're protecting. Okay, so now I just gotta hop on my little train and run it down to the back around. As soon as we clear this block, I don't know how long this block is, but it'll start, that train will start following me. So, right there. So, So you can see driving a train manually could pose a problem. For the automated system, it detects the blocks. The detectors detect my train, but it won't stop it. So, which obviously could be a problem.
Yeah.
So let's see how my little sighting works. If I can hit all the switches fast enough. Oh, I got an error. Thought that might happen. Although, let's see, why would that be causing a problem? Block has no exit signal. Well, that's true. So in theory, I don't have to actually put a detector there because... Why would that be? Because it would never go down. There's no reason for the train to go down here unless I send it down here. So that detector could come out, at least for now. But what I can do... So that'll cure that problem, because that could cause a problem in another... somewhere else on the layout. So I'm not saying that it is, I'm just saying it can. Let's see, let's just do it that way. Nope. Do it like that. Yeah, still screwed up. Oh well. So then we're going to run this train line down and around, so I don't have to take it all the way down wherever the heck it was. Halfway to electronics. Or, no, I guess that's be the oil field. And so we want to come, let's see here. Because we're going to want it to merge into this line here. So somewhere, let's see. We're going to have to go over... Well, this is a bit of a pickle here. Well, we do this. Like that. That's not going to work. Well, shit. Okay. Close, but no cigar. We want this go over to there. This to go to here. Yep. Train track is there. This has to ramp down this way. I don't know how far. that looks pretty good. Nope. Maybe not.
I guess we find out when it works.
No, no, no. It's if it works.
I try to be more optimistic than if.
This is true. See if I have the right height. Nope. Okay. How close is that? Right close, except it's in the middle of the track, so that's not working out right for some reason. That's really weird. Okay, I can live with that. Like I have a choice. So. And all this is to allow me to loop the train around here if I need to sometime in the future. I don't know. Right now it's just a convenience for me, but you know, we'll have to see how the timing. Oh shit! Come on. Timing works out for the other stuff. So. We got to put our little piece of track. Let's see here. Did not expect to be necessarily doing this today, but that's the way it works some days.
Some days the bear eats you.
Yep. And then we got to curve over into this track someplace. Well, I guess right there is good. I hope. Oh, that might be too tight of a turn. I guess we will find out. Yep, too tight of a turn. Kind of thought of that. I don't want to do that because.
Pardon me.
Well, bless your little heart. Alright, that's so we know about where that track has got to go to here. Come on, nope. Right there. I'll bring this guy over to here.
Why did part of that track turn pink?
Every time you put in a block detector, that's how it indicates activity of the block.
Okay.
So
it's basically telling you that from that point in the other direction, it's going to be looking for the block.
Yes. So it tells you where the blocks, if they terminate correctly, is one thing, and then is the primary thing. So
And if it had not turned pink, you would know that there was something wrong in the track, right?
Yep. So if I got this right, I hope. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Okay. And then we connect that and that, like that. And remember, I had that error with the block detector because it said there was no end of track. You could see. Okay.
Right.
Notice the train stopped again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I'm going to show you why right here. So just bear with me for a second. I got to put on a hover pack so I can do this. It's easier to see from the air. Just hover packs don't work worth a shit. Okay, and get up in the air a little bit. Okay, so and this is wrong button. The only way I know to do this, there might be another way, but when you go to put down a block detector, it lights up all the blocks for you, so you can see where all the blocks are. So, which comes in pretty handy. So, as you can see, this whole block over here is all orange. And that's because there's a bunch of stuff going on, and I don't want to screw with that. So, because otherwise these trains could have collided. So, but now I have this block, which is yellow, or kind of a yellow-green, a chartreuse maybe? And you can see my train is sitting on it, and this train can no longer go anywhere. It's detecting my train. So, what we need to do is put that block back in, block detector. Actually, I could probably put it up a little higher here, like right there. There we go. And that...
So is it stopping that train even though the train may not be turning that direction, or was it planned to turn that direction?
Nope. If the switch is fouled, in other words, that's how it does its collision detection. So it's not really how block detection works. Well, it's sort of how it works in real life, but not quite. So because there's also switching. So it tests to see if we don't have that here. In real life, you test to see if the switch is thrown correctly. And that's why you see like a vertical light sequence, like a stop and go light. And
Yeah.
okay, so all those lights have special indications. So what happens is there's a light for the switch or a marker of some sort to tell you the switch is turned the right way, and then that gets transmitted electronically. And then there's also a switch to tell you if there's like if I had put it way back here, which is where I was originally going to put it, closer to the switch point, there's a chance that those trains could have hit because there's a hitbox on the train. That's why I decided to move it up the track a little bit and so that there's a better spread for the train. Okay, so that's why that happens. And so the color change just lets you know that if you're reading the blocks correctly. So and then if we go back the other way, you can see this whole section is all, here's the red one. That's where that train stops coming up the hill.
My wife's calling.
Okay. And then, so either side, a train cannot go up, no matter what. The main line, I'm trying to make it so that the main line always is the line that has the right-of-way. So, doesn't always work. So, that's not true. It works in the sense that if another train comes up, it will stop it from interfering with the main line. Or it's supposed to.
Sorry about that.
That's alright. So, now I haven't figured out how the pathing switches or things work because they don't seem to. So, I do like that shade of green though. So, and then down here, so what I was saying up at the other end there, is I moved the sensor a little further forward, just so there wasn't a chance of a train being stopped and the hitboxes colliding. Not necessarily the trains would, but the hitbox on the train could collide. So, and then same down here, so the train comes whipping down here, and if the other train on the through track is in that block, it'll stop my siding train from crossing into traffic. So that's how that works. So So we're all good. And since what it does, it also, as I'm driving the train, I have to look at those. It's because it won't stop my train. My train will override, which is not the way it's supposed to work in real, at all, period. But it does. Because I guess they couldn't figure out how to fix it. I don't know. But even in model railroading, we try to get very close to reality. It's part of the fantasy of it all. So, but there's actually a reason, because of the functionality of the train itself. So, and even in model railroading, you actually have to worry about. It's called swing out. So when a train goes into a turn, the trucks are actually turned, but the corner of the box, especially on boxcars, because they usually have a bit longer overhang, actually swings out over the track, so on the curve. So it actually effectively makes the train wider. And I'm not kidding. I've seen trains clip buildings and crap because somebody, or trash bins or whatever, because somebody stuck one in there. Not really. Well, it's not that close to the train track, and well, no, yeah, it is. So, whoopsie. So, and to show you about the how well the blade runners work. If I just turned off the thing, I'd hit the ground and get damage. But if I just do that, boop, no damage. So, which is kind of cool. So, alrighty. So now, I can now safely drive the train, but like I said, I have to still pay attention to the block detectors, even though it won't stop my train.
Right, because if the block detector's showing red and you go right through it, you're going to hit another train.
Exactly. So this part actually is like in real life. So if the light on the one to the far right, you'll see it, was red, and I went through this switch, there would be a very big chance of a collision. So that now gives me a turnabout and a reasonable place to park a train if I need to. Now, I happen to know that the only train coming up here actually goes through the station. There's no other train. There is a through path, but no actual train. So we'll just go run this around and go park it on our siding that we created. Just for fun. Oh, I went the wrong way, son of a bitch! I didn't look at the switch. Watch the train come up behind me and slam right into me.
You're good at going the wrong way.
I am. Hopefully that switch flipped. Yep. Beep. Oh shit, I missed it again. I forgot how close these are. Shit. If you hear a big boom, you know it was me. Yep, train collision! I told you.
You just backed into a train approaching.
Yep, sure did.
How much damage did you do? Will the insurance company cover this?
Probably not. You know how they are.
It looks like the train that you backed into was completely derailed.
Yeah, and my car's separated, so hopefully this works. So I should be able to just hop on now after I re-rail it. And, okay, why is this doing this? Uh-oh, is something not re-railed? Or was I? Oh, I'm probably in the wrong spot. Okay.
Can you just pick it up and put it on the track?
Yeah, just like you do
want
it.
to be on?
Yeah, in real life, you need a 20-ton crane to lift the car up. But yeah, details. Okay, so that train should just be merrily on its way, and it's long gone. So, or is it? Nope, still sitting there. Uh-oh.
Probably some cars need to be adjusted.
Either that or, oh no, it may not be on the track. Oh, it says it is. Is something else off? Is this one off? No? Oh, it's the switch is boogered, I think. Here. That's not what I want to do. Hit the
Oh,
button.
well, your switch is saying that it's supposed to turn left.
Yeah, why is this? Okay, that's not. Oh, I think what you have to do is, after you re-rail them, you actually have to jump on the train to... Oh, shit, I'm stuck. No, I don't know what's going on. It's, yeah, well, we just drive the train forward. I don't know why it's stopping. Oh, do I have to reset it for, let's see here. V, I think it is. Nope. What is it? Q. Where is it? Turn on self-driving. There we go. That's what you have to do. Okay.
Turn it back on self-driving.
Yep. So as soon as it cleared, let's see that the other train started right up. So it's
Because the other train wasn't involved in an accident.
Nope. So, but it sees that it's the block in front of it's full. So it'll wait until that train clears the block, and then this one will move out. Or it should. I guess that block's a little long. That train should have been...
Make sure that your switch is going the right way for it, too.
If the train is programmed, it doesn't matter which way, really, the switch is thrown. Because...
It'll fix the switch on its own?
Yes. Says it knows it has to go to that path. So that's kind of cool.
That's good to know.
Yeah. But it is break time. So...
Sneaks up on you, doesn't it?
It does. It does. Plus I've been yammering on here, so... I like to yammer. So, but it is cool how the trains work. Rick didn't like it, but I kind of dig it. So, it's a lot better than...
They work very similar to how you're describing real life works.
Yes. It's very similar.
I've never been that into trains myself. I love military vehicles, and looking at World War II, seeing how they moved things by rail back then, especially.
Oh yeah.
That's the most interaction with trains I had, other than riding the LIRR into New York City whenever I could.
Yeah. Well, it's like they used to load. People didn't realize when they put like heavy equipment, tanks, and so forth on rail cars. People think, well, you just drive onto the train car. Well, no, it would flip over. You actually had to load them in line with the track, so they actually had special pads that they could lay down so that the tanks didn't wreck the tracks and ties, and then they had a portable dock thing that went on the ass end of the train, and then planks that went between each rail car, and they had to drive up the entire length of the train to fill it on the flat cars.
Yeah.
One piece at a time, because they could only handle, and my understanding is they could only handle the one tank at a time, and then when they put them on the car, they had to move them together, the tanks, to balance the load.
We had some specialized railheads.
Do what?
We had some specialized railheads on post.
Sure.
For loading.
Yeah.
But at a commercial railhead, that's exactly what we'd have to do.
Yeah, I mean, if you can pick them up and load them on that way, then fine. But if you have to drive them on during World War II, that's how they did it. Unless they
Yeah,
were like at the shipyards and stuff, then they had cranes and they could pick the tanks up and literally sit them on the back the cars. So
yeah.
but
At
yeah,
on post, they'd pull the train up. They'd disconnect most of the cars. You'd have your first flatbed car still attached. They'd pull past the loading pad and then throw the switch and back into the loading pad.
right,
And then the two tanks could drive onto the car.
right.
They'd get chained down. The engine would pull it out, back up to the rest of the train, move forward a little bit,
Back another empty in. Yep, one car at a time.
another empty in.
Yep.
And that's actually 1,000% faster than offloading at a commercial.
Oh God, yeah. Because
Railhead.
if you have to if you have to go down the entire length of the train, because they didn't have those kind of yards back. They built them in World War II, but prior to that, they had nothing. So I mean, it was just a total clusterfuck, And you couldn't afford to have. One of the problems was too is that they didn't have enough locomotives at the beginning of the war, so you couldn't afford to have a locomotive sitting there just doing nothing but pushing empty cars back and forth, to load.
I tell you, the Germans were pretty swift, though.
Yeah, they were. Yep.
Their railheads were a lot different than ours.
Yeah. Well, all of Europe, you have to remember that Europe ran on rail, literally. They didn't have the transportation system in this country, especially in near the inner cities and stuff that we have. But so they rely on using the rail system, just like Japan does, to move all their heavy goods, all of it. They don't have a road system like we do. Everything here, I've seen, the guy puts an extra wide load sign on his Freightliner, and he's hauling a tank down the fucking road, or a cat, or whatever the hell it is.
Right.
And he can do 60 miles an hour in the process. Where, back in the day, that was pretty rare. Most trains only traveled at
60
40.
miles an hour. Oh,
Do what?
you were on a train for 60 miles an hour.
Yeah. So that's the whole point. You couldn't, it was the fastest route. Well, even back in World War One, trains only did 40, but cars only did 25 to 30. So it's still a better deal. So.
Yeah, I mean, in Europe, the road speed of most military vehicles was in kilometers per hour, and 60 was considered fast.
Well, yeah, but even in England, for instance, most of Europe, like I said, until Hitler built the Autobahn, they had no high-speed roads.
Yeah.
Most of the roads in England to this day are one-lane roads, or 1.5 lane. Because it only needed to be wide enough for 2 carts to pass, not 2 trucks. So there you go.
Well, yeah. Most of their roadways are built on ancient roadways.
Yep. So, all right, be back in a few.
Roger.
Potty break, everybody.
Hey, Doug. Welcome aboard. You're doing the stuff with the things? It's important to do stuff with things, otherwise they get out of control. How's that pup doing? Pardon me. That's probably her favorite state of being. Still a little cold where you are, but I know my dogs don't mind the cold as much as they do cold and wet. Yeah, it's nice to give them the freedom to run back and forth in a yard and not having to keep an eye on them. And during the summer, it's going to be great. You know, when you're out there barbecuing and she gets to run around. You're kind of far north for so even warming up is you've got some potential winter weather left between now and full on spring. Oh, I'm glad she got all her shots. Mine are due in May, I think. I might take them early. It depends. If we get the tax return early, I'll take them in the day we get the tax return, just to get that stuff out of the way. But I don't think they're not due until mid or end of May. I'd have to look at the paperwork. I think this year I'm going to go ahead and get them their Bordetella again too, so that I can. Oh yeah, excellent. But yeah, I think I'm going to get them the Bordetella just so that I can bring them to the groomer, because you can't leave the dogs at the groomer without it. Welcome back, Di.
Thank you. Hey, Doug. Yeah, I'm sorry if I was gone a little long. My neighbor had to tell me about their great scorpion hunt last night. So, I guess their dog got stung. So,
You can't blame me if there's more snow, sir. You live where more snow lives.
this is true. Yes. Yes, many people have tried to blame Arizonians for snow, and I go, nope. We have a designated area that the snow flies, and then,
Exactly. Here in Vegas, we occasionally let the snow off the mountain, but it only gets to have a few hours in the city.
Exactly. So, can't help it if your government hasn't figured out how to tell the snow where to go. So, your tax dollars hardly at work.
Yeah, we need a border wall in for Canada.
Yep.
Something to keep all that cold air up there.
Yeah, but sometimes it sneaks through Seattle, the Seattle area or Spokane, and yeah, those wily Northwesterners up there, they get the rain and then they give us the snow. Alrighty.
I think that's hardly fair. That they take the rain out of the clouds and all they leave is snow for the rest of the country.
Yep. I think it's despicable, personally, but, that's me. So, okay, so status. So we have... These are only making 5. So, and there's 3 machines. I could turbo boost them and then just suck the stators off the line here somewhere, wherever the hell the line is. So, this line here. But I'm going to need either 6 or 8, depending on what system we use. And I don't know which system to use, but the AI limiters I can make. So that's not a problem. Which requires, I believe, pipe and copper sheeting. More pipe.
Hey, Ranger, we appreciate you sneaking in to throw the thumb at us.
Yep.
We know that I broadcasting during basically noon to 4. There's a lot of people have to actually work those hours.
Yep.
We understand that.
Yep. I don't take it personally. So I could, if you insist, but... So I got, let's see. I wonder if I have enough material coming in to actually open up a bit more pipe production, and let's go upstairs and take a look-see. So I believe I have pipe production. Yeah, because I needed the beam for the encased. So there should be pipe up here too, someplace. Ooh, yep, here's pipe. So I got 1 box. It tells me I'm probably making just enough. I believe this is making, I guess, 20 pipe each.
Now, we don't have a big yearly snowfall, but we do have a ski resort just north of town. Up, I can't remember the name of the mountain it's on, but it's not that high of an elevation that you'd think that the snow wouldn't be able to fall on us. But they make a lot of their own snow.
Yeah.
So.
Well, even here, I mean, up at 8,000 feet, they still have to make snow, to get a good season, because they got to have a good base, so...
Yeah. They'll start making snow as soon as the real heat goes away.
Yeah, exactly.
And then when they start getting the little bit of seasonal snow they get up there, it makes the slopes a lot nicer. But yeah, it's
well, it's like I said, they just want to keep a nice base going. So.
And you can tell the difference because the mountain that the resort is on, it's white all winter.
Yeah.
And the mountain directly next to it, the peaks are less than 1.5 miles apart, is that beautiful desert red rock.
Oh, these need 10. Ooh. So do I have... So that would be 20 pipe, or 20 stators. Well, that's interesting.
We didn't even get a lot of rain this winter here in the valley.
Yeah. We had a couple, really good days of rain, and then it just, just petered out, and it's like, oh.
We had a few hours of rain, a couple of days here in the part of the city I'm in, and I could see it raining in other parts of the city a couple of other days.
Right.
But this is supposed to be the rainiest part of the year, between January and May. Well, we're halfway through March, and we ain't got much rain at all.
Yeah, I don't know where we are for our annual totals. It's probably not good.
We're definitely behind. I saw a report about Lake Mead. The water level's almost 20 feet below standard reservoir container.
Yeah, but it's been low like that for years. So they've never been able to make it up, and everybody keeps pumping water out of it, and so yeah, we don't have. I might have enough pipe, but I'm not going to have enough. I wanted to add 2 more machines making status. So I've got. Do I have the room?
Well, does it matter what the resort is named if the super mutants are going to rename it anyway?
Good question. Yeah, I could never live in a place like that. It's the rain is just too depressing for me. Yeah.
Yeah, Seattle would kill my spirits. Then again, so would Miami. It rains almost every day in Miami.
Yeah, but it doesn't rain for long. It rains.
Yeah, that's the excuse people from Miami tell me. You know what?
Right.
I couldn't handle that. I want to be able to have summer days like I had when I was a kid. The whole day is sunny skies, a slight breeze.
Oh, I can make it with.
Maybe I go for a bike ride that takes all damn day. Can't do that here in Vegas. Well, I could on a motorcycle probably, but
Right.
can't get enough speed on a pedal bike to keep it from being uncomfortable here.
I'm going to see if I got enough raw materials here to do this, and if I do, great, and if I don't, I'll fix it later.
The security guy at the place I donate plasma,
Yeah?
he rides a bike. He's riding it all winter, right?
Right.
And the other day, one of the other donors was like, so why are you riding a bike in the winter? I mean, it's cold out. And he says, yeah, but from June through the end of August, you can't ride in this city. And she was like, no, there's no law like that in Las Vegas. He said, the hell with law. You got the sun beating down on you. You have to wear, a jacket because that's where your body armor is. People don't pay attention to bikes, so you got to wear your body armor to protect yourself in the event of a accident.
Right.
And then on top of the sun cooking you from above, every time you stop, the pavement is cooking you from below. Because you just can't ride during those months.
Yeah, it's the same here.
And I never really thought about it. I thought this, desert, great place to ride a bike all year round.
Yeah.
The winters are just not cold enough to make it unusable, and the summers are great for getting, the wind in your hair. But he's right. The stoplights are what kills you. It'll take the energy right out of you.
Oh, it's terrible. I mean, even in your car, if you think about it, you're driving along, your air's working and everything else, and I mean, both my vehicles are dark. One has a black interior, the other one has a white interior. Trust me, it makes no difference. You'll be driving along and you'll be fine, and you'll pull up someplace and have to sit there for like a stoplight, for like 3 stoplights or something. You're fucking frying.
Yeah.
People don't understand. The sun is relentless in the desert. I mean, it's 120 degrees, 110 to 120. And if you're out in the sun, I'm not kidding. You want to talk about getting cooked? Holy moly!
And that windshield is a giant magnifying glass.
Oh god, yeah. So it just goes from like bad to worse, in my
Yep.
opinion. So
I still want to get myself a sidecar motorcycle because I think nothing is better than going for a ride and having your dog with you.
there you go.
And I know Ripley would love to have a little leather helmet with a set of doggles.
Yeah, it's doable. Let's see.
Hero would be too prone to try and jump out of the sidecar every time we stopped.
Ah,
She's a good dog. She found us. And when she has the opportunity to roam, she roams.
okay. I know what you're saying.
You know, Ripley, even when Ripley got loose in Texas, turn around and come home. Okay, I saw the end of the block. I don't need to go further.
Oh, I did that wrong. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, Ranger, you're in a hotter area, sustained area of the country, and I don't know how dense your city area is, but here in downtown Vegas, when the valley says it's 120 degrees, in front of this building was over 130.
Right. Aren't you out by like Lake Havasu or something there, Ranger? Yeah, there's some areas in Arizona that are just god awful miserable. It just amazes me people actually live there. It's like trying to live in Death Valley.
Yeah,
It's like,
and there's people not only living in Death Valley, they're thriving there.
yeah, that's true.
What is wrong with you people?
Damn good question. Don't know the answer to that one.
When I was in Iraq, we had a thermometer that went up to 140 degrees outside of our the building that we put our radar headquarters in. It was a shaded area, so it never got direct sunlight. And we had a 2-week period where the thermometer was way up at the beyond the numbers on the housing. And when the temperature finally started dropping, there was an inch at the top where the liquid stayed permanently.
Oh, bullhead. Okay. Yeah.
So it was, we know it was over 140 degrees. We don't know what the temperature was, but it was 2 weeks straight. And I'll give you an example of stupidity. During daily maintenance, we take a panel off of the inside of the radar unit to check the capacitors. It requires a screwdriver. It's the only thing that on that part of the radar that requires a tool. Everything else is push button because it doesn't have high voltage.
Ah, okay.
I released all the screws, put the screwdriver on top of the unit like I always do. Took the panel off, pulled the drawer out, inspected the connections, hit the test button. 5 seconds later, it gave me a voltage. It was within tolerance. I pushed the drawer back in, put the panel back in, reached for my screwdriver, 2nd-degree burn on the palm of my hand from it sitting in the sun.
Wow.
My description might have been quicker than my actual use of the equipment. That's how quick it was to burn me.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy amount of heat. And Just just like where you're at, Di. It's a dry heat all summer long, from early spring through late fall.
Yep.
You can't believe how dry the heat is until you're in it.
Yeah, I tell people
Absolutely.
they can't imagine. I tell them it's like less than 10% humidity. And people go,
Yeah.
well, that seems like it's awful high. And I go, you don't understand. They can't read much below 10%. It's like they just don't have the equipment, and it varies depending on what part of the valley you're in. And it's just freaking miserable. That's all there is to it. And yeah, there's really a couple of months out of the year here. It's like 4 months of really pretty crappy heat, but there's 2 months. I'm not kidding. It's like, and about mid-August through the end of September or so, maybe into October. I am not kidding. It is just hot and dry. It just sucks the water right out of your body. It's just like,
Yep.
God, how can it be like this?
And people think, oh, well, you can sweat, so that'll cool you up. No, because as you sweat, it pulls it right off your skin.
Yep. Yeah, they don't believe that either. So.
Yeah. I'd go on patrols, and of course the Humvees aren't air conditioned. You get out to where you're going, and then you're on foot, right?
Right.
The only part of your uniform that stays damp is under your body armor.
Yeah.
But your arms and legs sweating like crazy, and it's just pulled right out of your... the heat is impressively oppressive.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've talked to people who were in Iraq and Iran and stuff like that. And
I worked a coal furnace when I was a younger man for 6 straight hours on a military base.
Yeah.
And I felt less heat than just a couple of days in the Iraqi desert.
Wow.
And people fucking live there. Holy shit.
Makes you wonder, don't it? So. Yeah, and a lot of people don't even consider Arizona hot, and they thought, well, I don't know, 120 in the shade, you touch a piece of chrome metal or something, you got second-degree burns almost instantly. It's at like 300 degrees, 400. People say, oh, you're full of shit. And I go, no.
Yeah, I got my wife a wireless charger for her phone for the car when we lived in Texas. And it's high tech. It senses the presence of the phone and clamps down around it and then starts the charging circuit. It's really nice. She can't use it because it attaches to the windshield.
Oh, it would just melt.
And when she puts her phone in it, it refuses to charge because of how hot the phone gets.
Yeah, I can believe that. I have shit, not in this car so far, but I've had more than once. I've had light. I don't leave lighters in my vehicles or anything like that. I've had them explode.
That would be a bad idea. Yeah.
I've had them explode. I've had CDs in the case, in the glove box, melt inside the vehicle. Shit like that.
I've had CDs delaminate.
Oh yeah, and it's just fucking miserable. So
try and figure that one out. You're sitting there and you put the CD in, and it looked fine when you took it out of the case.
Yep.
And it was a little warm to touch, but you're only touching the edge, so you don't really notice it right away.
Nope. You got that right.
But you pop it back out, and the album art side looks fine, but you turn it over and it looks like it's crazed glass.
Yeah.
Because of the delamination of the material inside, just cracks it all to hell.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing if you ask me that The way it goes about stuff is just like, it's hard to imagine. Like I said, I mean, it's like living in. There's a guy I watch. He lives in Alaska, and it's called Outback Alaska or something like that or whatever. Anyway, so he does. He was talking about how cold it gets. I don't know what part of Alaska he's in exactly, but and the snow and stuff. And I'm going, boy, that sounds an awful lot like this being in Chicago. You know, oh yeah, it's like 20, 30 below zero, and chill factors and blah blah blah. I go, you ever been in a Chicago winter? It's fucking brutal.
Some of the areas of Alaska are a lot worse
Well, yeah, if you're up in the
than
Arctic
Chicago.
Circle and shit, but
But
yeah.
exactly, you're 150 miles further north than Chicago.
Yeah,
It should be colder.
but still, I mean, you got the lake effect, see, in Chicago, and people don't understand. I used to live in a town called Moringa, which is 70, 80 miles west of the lake. Okay, we didn't listen to Chicago weather. We listened to Madison, Wisconsin radio for the weather, or Rockford, because those were only 30 miles away and were outside of the influence most of the time of lake effect. It can happen, but it
Oh,
was
okay, yeah.
pretty rare. So, but when I lived in Chicago, I lived in Chicago for a couple of years while I was going to DeFry, and somebody told me. I mean, I'm not. Well, one winter I had to see it was I forgot what year, 80, 82, 83, I think. Winter without chill factor, it was 33 below zero, without a chill factor, in Chicago. Everything fucking froze. And then,
Oh yeah.
so the temperature went up to about 20 below, but the wind went up to 50 miles an hour. Okay, and it was
Which will
blowing.
cut the temperature effect down by over 50 degrees.
Yeah, but the thing is, it was blowing straight down the lake, from due north to due south, and it literally took all the lake ice and put it up on Lakeshore Drive, basically. And there was, where the waves were beating up on the shore, it formed these iced arches over the road as breakwater. They hit the breakwater, and it would spray up over. It froze that way. And there was some pictures. It was in the newspaper and stuff that they went down there with, took pictures of people driving through these ice tunnels, which was not too smart because you're talking about tons of ice collapsing on you. But it was so bad that they actually had to close the downtown area of Chicago to pedestrian traffic because chunks of ice were literally flying down the street if you were on the north-south roads, because the shit would break off traveling 50 miles an hour down the fucking streets. So, yeah. But unbelievable shit, and I'm going like, man, I never hear about this from any place else. It's like, this is not good. I don't care what anybody says. So yeah, it would really get intense. So and I was living in Chicago. All the pipes burst. The water main out on the road, it's like 12 feet underground. It exploded. The geyser lasted less than 20 minutes.
They're asking us about CDs.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, you have to appreciate that Di and I are both old enough that we had 8-track players in our cars. All right.
Hey, I'm so old that I can remember when 8-track players came out in cars. So yeah, baby.
We still listen to CDs in our cars in recent years. It's not a big surprise.
Yeah, exactly. So sorry. MP3 players. You don't even use MP3 players anymore. You're doing audio to chip and back. I mean, it's just
The radio in my car does Bluetooth connection.
yeah.
And the part that really irritates me, there's something wrong with my stereo. When I first link up to it, I get full access. But for some reason, the only phone that'll continue connecting to it after that is the first one in the list.
Oh, that's weird.
My wife's, because she drives the car most. Everybody else has to delete their phone from the car stereo and reconnect to get it to hear it.
Huh? That
I'm
is
like,
weird.
That's more effort than it's worth.
Yeah. I think my stereo, my Avalon might do that. I know the one in the Jeep is too old. There's a place to plug in your USB cable or something, but I
We
mean,
have a 3.5 millimeter jack in our stereo as well.
yeah.
So both my son-in-law and I use that with a double-ended cable to plug in if we want to listen to something.
Yeah, that's what I have on my Jeep. But and here's the thing: my Avalon's only a year newer than my Jeep, and I think it's Bluetooth everything. It doesn't work really well, but I mean, the fact that I can do hands-free in my car with it is good enough for me. You know what I'm saying? So, anyway. All right, so we've got. I put in 2 more stator lines. I don't know if we're going to be able to have enough pipe, but the way this thing is running, it should be okay. May be okay. I don't know. We'll find out. And actually,
it doesn't. Remember the other factory you did? It's a couple of months ago now, where you were not getting the output you thought you were getting. You should be getting. There were gaps in the line.
right.
In the feed line. I don't see gaps in that line feeding it. So it should be outputting enough.
Well, one hopes so. There's 5 machines, and they're going to be using. It's a question of whether I have enough pipe being made, and I probably don't. But I don't think all 5 machines will be running all the time. So I don't think it may become an issue down the road. But right now, I'm just trying to get enough parts together to start building nuclear, and I need the stators and the AI limiters to make that electronic circuit, whatever the hell it was. And
And then once you have the nuclear power, you can use it to power more factories.
Yeah,
to make more
exactly.
parts. Yeah.
So, and then you just run everything into the muncher, and then you're done. I don't know. So, but
Can you have more than one muncher, or do you have to have just one?
oh no, you can have as many as you want.
So you can put a muncher right next to the reactor to get rid of the radioactive crap.
Nope. You have to convert the radioactive crap into munchable product, which is called plutonium. So, which is why I never did uranium before, because you just had to store the waste, and so people would make these farms of those big stackable bins, these things right here, and you'll see it in a second, and they would have thousands of them, because it produces as much nuclear waste as it consumes, basically. So,
Right.
every time it consumes the cell, it can only produce so much power, and then it tosses it. So, but it's still radioactive. So, radioactive.
But now you can convert the waste uranium to plutonium, and then that can be munched.
Right. It has to be packaged, but then yes.
Well, at least they gave you a method of disposing of it.
Right. So that's why I decided to try nuclear, because to see how, just to have it, just because it's cool. But I couldn't see any. Everything I build, I could power with oil. So yes, I would have almost 1,000 fuel generators, running. But who cares? Not 1,000. I think the highest I ever had was about 600. So or something like that, 300, 600, I think. So. And this is the biggest build I've ever done. So, I've doubled the size of, maybe not doubled. Yeah, probably pretty close. The only place I haven't built anything yet is in the Dune Desert, which is, over to the west, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, due west. So, actually, no, it's going to be south. We have to go that way. So,
Ranger, I was born in the 60s. I remember when Pong was new.
Yeah, I was born in the 50s. Matter of fact, I was born just shortly after the end of the Korean War. So.
I was old enough when the NES came out that my mother never considered buying one because I was older than the recommended age group.
See, there you go. So.
It was sort of funny when I was in high school on Long Island. Our computer center had Apple II computers. And when we moved to upstate New York, my mom decided she was going to buy a computer for the house so that, because we lived 3 miles outside of town, so that I wouldn't have to stay over at school to use the computers at the school to do projects. I could just do them at home and bring them to school, right?
Okay.
The school in upstate New York was using TRS-80s, completely incompatible with the Apple II that my mom bought.
Yeah, because some salesman convinced her to buy the Apple II.
Well, she was going off the school districts where we came from.
Right.
She thought the whole state used the same thing.
Yeah, and most states now don't even use Apple at all. So.
Well, no. Well, Apple stopped giving discounts to school districts.
I thought they still were, but it's not much.
I don't. There's an education discount that's 5 to 10%.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's more applicable to students than schools.
Oh, okay.
So if I wanted to buy an Apple laptop, I could get 10% off if I'm a student. But if the school wants to buy 100 Apple workstations, they can get between 2 and 5% off for bulk purchasing, and they don't qualify for the education discount.
Right, gotcha. Okay.
But nowadays, I think 90% of schools realize that Apple is used in a very niche environment in workplaces.
Yep. Well, even at work environments, unless you got a lot of money to spend on software, you don't buy Apple. My sister made that mistake. She's got a beautiful Apple Air Mac or whatever they're called, Mac Air, whatever.
Yeah.
Beautiful. $3,000. When she bought it new, it was almost $3,000. It's sitting in her closet with a dead battery. She doesn't use it. So,
yeah.
And she asked me about it, and I said I don't want it. She goes, why? And I said it doesn't do anything. I said, like, the software for the editing software that I use for free on my PC is $800 on the Apple.
Yep.
So, and she couldn't believe me. I go, yeah, it's free.
The Apple architecture does great for graphic and video editing.
You know what? It used to be, it really was top of the line stuff, but not anymore.
Yeah, I still say it's superior. It may not be so far past PC capabilities like it used to be, but it's still superior.
I don't know about that.
Is it far enough superior to make it worth the double the price tag minimum? I don't think so.
Okay.
That's the part that stops me from wanting to be investing in Apple anymore. Right. Everything that it did better than PC, it doesn't do that much better anymore.
Right. I think that's my point, is that oh shit. Oh, that's not too bad.
If it takes me an extra 30 minutes to compile a video that I'm going to put on YouTube. What do I care?
Right.
Because, truly speaking, I'm not a workplace environment where time is money. You know, I could see a big business saying, well, if we're putting out a tutorial video for how to use our equipment, I don't want to spend 3 days compiling if I can spend 1 day compiling. Maybe that's worth that to them, to spend double the price to reduce the time.
Yeah, but if that was the case, you wouldn't be doing it on a PC anyway. By that time, you'd be using a mini computer or something like that, because there's Sun
you'd be
System or
using
something.
it something a lot stronger than the common PC.
Yeah,
you're exactly right.
There's some incredible mini computers out there that are making Apple look like chump change.
Yeah,
And they're designed for video editing. That's what they do. So
my first personal computer was a Commodore 128.
There you go. There's a piece of technology.
And they used televisions as monitors. They did not have dedicated monitors in those days. I had to put a twin lead adapter to plug into, because TVs at the time had 2 screws that you screwed your antenna to.
Yep.
And
high-tech stuff. I can remember when they started using Phillips screws. Man, that was big time. Let me tell you. So, I think we're actually going to go over instead
my
of under.
first storage device was not a floppy drive, although I did buy one.
No, cassette tape.
It was cassette tape.
Yep. So, yeah, when I got into computers, that's the only... Unless you had a mainframe or something which used 8-inch floppies, it was cassette tape. So...
My first DOS-based computer, Microsoft-based computer, was built out of spare parts the Army was throwing away.
There you go.
And it was DOS 3 that I got from a friend of mine. I didn't buy it. He let me have his discs.
Wow, DOS 3. Yeah. I remember DOS 1.1. It's the earliest version. Actually, I probably still have a copy of it.
Well, heck, it was DOS 5 before Windows became a business software.
6.0 actually. So it was.
6.0 was when Windows 5 was moving up to Windows 95.
No, that was 6.4.
6.0, we had Windows 5, which I couldn't afford. I was still using Windows 3.1.
You might make me run out and drag my discs out and throw them in my old computer.
But
yes, I still have that shit, guys. So.
Back in those days, though, there was also Apple had contracted with other companies that were allowed to build Apple architecture. Because I had managed at a garage sale to pick up a laptop, and I use that term very loosely. It was the size of a large business briefcase, and part of it flipped up to show you the monitor and the disk drive, and the keyboard pulled out.
Was
of
it a K-Pro by any chance?
It was called an outbound laptop, and their symbol was a kangaroo.
Oh, okay.
And it was Mac based. It was the based on the same architecture as the first MacBooks, but it was a secondary company. And of course, Apple quickly learned the downfall.
Yes, that did not last more than a year or two, because There
Yeah.
was a big controversy, and it actually had to do with people being able to, if you had, I can't remember which Apple computer it was. It was like a 2E or something like that. And if you had the skills, you could take a PC drive, floppy drive, and replicate the OS, Apple's OS, and then, which was incredibly expensive. I can't remember what it was. DOS was like $49.95. Okay,
Yeah.
something like that.
It was expensive at the time, but wasn't really expensive.
Right, a Mac was in the hundreds. So,
Take care, Doug.
so if you had a third-party system, you had to buy a copy of the operating system. Or if you bought a Mac, it came with it. What people didn't understand it, Mac OS was. I believe this is back in the 80s. Might have been the 90s. Mac OS was over $200. So everybody was bootlegging it, and everybody bootlegged the software. Lotus that came out for Mac, I believe was like $398, and for a PC it was $99. So people were bootlegging crap left and right, and it was on all these third-party machines that Apple had allowed to be made. And whoopsie doodles. So, and I had one for a while. I don't know if I still have it. It's not really a true Apple, but it's it's one of their clones, and yeah, it ran Mac OS just fine. So, or Apple OS just fine. So, who else had somebody else had a computer like that out there too for a while. I don't remember who, but you could basically run it because we used to run deck software on it. And people are looking at it, it's just the computer. They're all the same chip. They all have the same base instruction. So long as and we could burn EEPROM, so we just burn up a set and run whatever operating system. Because Windows with DOS, they all ran DOS, and then they started coming out with Apple. Claim to fame was coming out with a graphical interface, and but it didn't work very well, in my humble opinion. So you don't have to agree with me. It's just But yeah, it just. So we just ran one, and DEC used to give away their
for me.
PC software.
I just went and looked up it was called the Outbound Notebook.
Ah, okay.
It was 15 pounds,
Holy
if you
crap.
can believe that.
Hey, Doom!
And it originally sold for $6,500. I literally bought it for $30 at a garage sale.
There you go. Yeah, there was I can't think of the name of the computer, but it had a plasma screen to compete against IBM's laptop, I guess you could call it that, which was, like you said, somewhere in the neighborhood $5,000-$6,000, depending on what you wanted on it. And this other competitor, the highest they ever went was about $3,500. So they were pretty popular there for a while. But the battery life on them sucked, and then I forgot the name of the company now. Somebody else came out with one that basically IBM and everybody else, pretty much packed it in. Came up with a real laptop, so. But
But I remember portable computers back in the day.
Right.
And, I mean, the first portable I ever saw was in the Army. And it was literally huge. It was bigger than a modern-day full-size tower.
Oh, yeah. It looked like you were toting around a Singer sewing machine.
Yeah, you laid it down on the table, and one end folded towards you. And that had the keyboard built into it. And behind the keyboard, when you folded it down, it was a 8-inch screen, cathode ray tube style. And then you'd have a 5 1/4-inch floppy disk on the right side of that enclosure. And that really took up the entire housing. And of course, the computer itself although it was all soldered components, there was no expansion cards. It was basically what we think of as a desktop today, with a full-size motherboard and full-size controller cards. And back in those days, your drive controllers, you had a separate drive controller for your hard disk and for your floppy disk. Your keyboard and mouse could run off the smaller of the two I/O ports. What was that? Not the printer port, not the parallel port, the
Serial port. 9
serial
pin.
port.
9
Thank
pin.
you.
Yep.
You could run them off the serial port, but if they were built into the system, you didn't get a serial port on the back of the unit.
Right.
And all the old tech. I would love to have just a room full of some of the old tech I had, from stage to stage. Because I ran a BBS off of a 286 backplane computer.
There was some neat tech. I'm not going to deny it. So.
It was incredible. I actually had 4 modems operating concurrently.
Crosstalks.
Which they told me up and down until they were blue in the face. You can't run 4 modems. You can run 2 modems, but your COM ports aren't divided that way. I said, all right, I'm buying 4 modems. I don't need you to tell me what I can and can't do. And sure enough, I made 4 modems work. Now, granted, I lost one of my serial ports and one of my printer ports in order to take advantage of their COM channels. But there was no hard and fast rules in what hardware could and couldn't work back in those days.
Nope. That was the beauty of right before Ethernet came out. There was no standard, so everybody had their own idea what the standards should be. So they had to be about as broad-based as you can possibly imagine to get them to work. So if you knew what you were doing, you could take anybody's card basically and drop them onto a network and get them to work. Because they didn't have the tolerances that they do now. And so it was hilarious. And I mean, we did a show in Chicago, and I literally, to prove the point, I forgot the name of the system. I wired it up with coat hanger wire.
Yep.
And people said, well, that can't possibly work. I said, well, the other terminals this is at McCormick Place in Chicago. It's like a square mile building. I said, it's over there in the corner, right there. See where it says IBM, that big blue sign? Right below there. It's our other terminal. It's on their desk. And they're going, you're kidding? I go, oh, go try it.
The first network I ever had to set up, I used vampire taps. That's how long ago.
Yeah.
Oh my God! They don't. If you told somebody in computer networking today to use a vampire tap, they'd look at you like your head was on fire.
Yeah. Well, you got to remember, you used regular phone wire for, you could use anything. That's what I'm saying. The one
for instance, you could use regular, what is it, the RJ45 wire.
Yep. No, 59.
I remember my brother's
RJ59, you mean? Or are you talking about the phone wire?
Yeah, it's the 45's the connector.
Yeah.
59's the wire.
Yeah. So
my brother's first was a 2-strand wire. The first network he ever did was a 2-strand wire.
Yeah. Why can't I think of the name? That's what this was. It only used 2 wires to run. So and everybody else was, using regular phone wire, 4 wires, and this ran on 2 wires. So you could literally take an extension cord and go run this communications protocol. And basically it was, when I saw it running, I go, well, shit, I can do that with crosstalk modems. So anyway, yeah, and then people bought the stuff, because they needed connectivity. So, but I was working with 3Com at the time and helped develop, ran tests for them on We had a lot of lab rats, because I think we had 18 or 20 salespeople, and at night I go in there and rip the computers apart and rewire them all, and
Yep.
okay, guys, let's see if this works, and find out where it would bottleneck. And we had those fucking throughput meters on, and 3Com would come over with their weenies, and wow, we can do this, we can do that, and then just yeah. Somebody said,
Oh, guy, if you're gonna keep gabbing with me,
I know we'll
you're
talk
gonna
all
need to
night.
take a break.
No, no, no. We're gonna call it here, and that's a good conversation. It's reminiscing about some really stupid shit, So, and unfortunately, we hit that tech bubble, and really kind of there was a lot of thinning out, and I mean a lot. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, a lot of companies that should have been able to hang in there didn't make it. And
A lot of companies were riding the trailing edge of the technology advances. You can't stay there.
yeah, but
You've got to be on the leading edge or in the middle. You can't be trailing behind everybody.
3Com was a major developer of the Ethernet protocols, so I don't consider them.
They were originally a major developer, but
Yeah,
everything moved over to Lucent and Bell Industries.
yep. Bell almost made a comeback.
I know.
Almost.
I was working at Lucent back in the day.
Lucent Technologies, yeah.
Yeah, and Bell was an actual competitor.
Yep. So, anyway, boys and girls, moms and dads, it's been a pleasure entertaining you. Hopefully, you enjoyed the conversation. Doom, sorry to hear about your issues that your wife is having. I understand, and we talked about it yesterday. So, one day at a time, as Ranger says, and my prayers go out to you. So, Rob, would you like to say goodbye to everybody?
I want to thank everybody for coming out and spending the up to 4 hours we spent today with Di here at the Satisfactory Experimental Update 5. I hope you all enjoyed it, because we sure enjoyed bringing it to you.
You bet. Just listen in. Okay, Ranger. Well, that's okay. Don't worry about it. We're all good. So, just, appreciate the thumbs up and everybody showing up today. So, I will be back next week, Tuesday, with Fallout 4 at noon. Rob will be streaming on Saturday.
Saturday, 1 o'clock U.S. Eastern Time, Skyrim, Anniversary Edition.
Yep. So, it's a shame we didn't stream Fallout. I was looking forward to it, but hey.
I was too,
So,
but
shit happens.
technology looms.
Yes. And they want us to use more of it, and we're all going to go green, but we can't get the shit that we got to work, so never mind. Don't get me started, folks. You all have I could go on about an hour for that, too, so I'll probably get thrown off of YouTube.